Okay, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. I'm already fucking cold. I just took off my hoodie because, like, I've been taking it off after stream and just putting it aside, like, hey, let me keep this clean. Of course the cats like the hoodie, so they use it as a fucking blanket. So it hasn't gotten me stink on it, but it's gotten cat stink. So I was like, let me get all nice and fresh for stream. You know, remind them that I do change my fucking clothes. But now I'm cold, so I might just put it back on. I don't know, fuck you guys. How you doing? Love the shit out of you. That was my rant for the morning. I hope you're doing great. Pico, good to see you. Kage Trey, Onyx, Drell's Hell, Pup T, Brucey, Matt, JC Wannabe. Also, my coffee is excessively hot and I live for it. This is shit that gets me up in the morning, literally. Sean, how you doing? David, good to see you. All my clothes are completely filled with cat hairs. Yeah, it's especially bad when I travel, because I've told the story a couple times, but Jake loves my duffel bag that I use whenever I fly anywhere. He just loves like being in it, on it, around it. So whenever I'm packing, as soon as I look away, he just ends up in there, poking his head out, just sitting on top of my clothes, because he just likes being there. So I can't go anywhere without cat hair. Unless I strategically put stuff in my drawers. But they like climbing in there too when I'm not looking. If I leave it even slightly bit open, and like slightly bit, little bit, whatever. Words are difficult. Hey CFR, how you doing? Cat in a bag. Hey Priz, how are you? Okay, so I want to do more sniper stuff today. I've been collecting my gear, re-rolling as necessary. I haven't gotten quite the enchantment I'm going for on the fire great bow, but I do have a volatile great bow. Moved around some gear. We're gonna see how much we can do to bark in one shot. Now, we're rapidly approaching a major update. And, you know, I like to have these things checked off before a major update, so we might try hard this shit pretty hard today. Thinking about it. I don't want to have to go back to the drawing board and change my class combination, because I kind of want to do it on this class combination. In part because it is hilarious seeing people's reactions when you're like, hey, are you absolutely positive that Clawbringer bad? Like, are you sure? Are you sure about that? Like, even asking that gets people heated. And it's especially funny because then they pretend that I'm not someone who has accurately described the problems with how they've approached Clawbringer. But, you know, people, revisionist history. It's funny. Kaokan reveal when? Envoy, I thought we were friends. I thought we were closer than this. I guess I assumed incorrectly. Anytime I got back, how you doing? Kitty, good to see you. Yeah, I'm ignoring that message from you as well, Pris. I expect it from you, though. How you doing, Dex? Time for fun math? Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal, Drell's Hell. Reckless Monster, good to see you. Okay, so let's jump in. I gotta warm up a little bit. Hey Viper, how you doing? We'll play some of that there, Clawbringer. I did a little bit of inventory organization. I moved over a couple armors. So the armor I want to try out for Bark this time is either this one, this claw armor, for that debuff, but since I figure the sigil damage isn't fire, that's not really going to be too helpful unless I have body rune active, in which case it would be helpful, but I probably won't have body rune active. So just this paradigm for Paradigm Spellblade shenanigans, and we see what happens. He did inventory management just a little bit, tiny bit. Struggle Bus, War Nico, how you doing? Yeah. Also gonna try out that Spellblade, but let's run with something else first. I can move that around. Go with that. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, and that's our great bow, which I should probably unequip before I forget about it and shoot it accidentally. That'd probably be awkward. Let's use a used great bow for a bit. And always check those vendors, chat. There's always something good in there. Paradigm's illegal. Proved by 65 out of 66. It's proved by my bank. See, 461 out of 510. That's management. There's a couple things that I did forget to put away from here, though. Like that. Half my inventory is great bows right now, chat. Like, great bow, 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 great bow. I have a lot. Let me take care of this real quick. I'm having a breakdown trying to put stuff away and failing. Also sneezing. Like I mentioned, it's cold. It's a little bit breezy. Like air circulation, because it's not fucking miserable outside. Alright, there we go. 61 out of 66. Dog, I heard you like great pose. Hey, New Mexico, good morning. Hey, Sock. Tell you what, I've been farming Son of Witch for a long time with no Spellblade drop. Yeah. Farming can be very punishing. I just Chaos Bunny until I get it, pretty much. Something wild seen in Godfall meta. The legendary Spirit Augment that gives 5 seconds of invulnerability after using a Lifestone stops you getting steamrolled and Exalted Tower. That makes sense. Yeah, invulnerability when there's that much damage being put out your way. Makes a lot of sense. Let me verify this is my used great bow. Okay. Morning, Physteria? Did I get that correctly? I want to make sure I get everyone's names. But yeah, good morning. How you doing? So my game will take a second to be alive because it just booted. Legendary already, too rewarding. It's a pretty bad arcane bolt. Morning, Moonface. Can you get ×3 sniper damage, crit damage on a ring? So the conditional effects legendary rings like this can roll up to 3 passives. They can roll 2 or 3 passives, and there is nothing seemingly in place stopping them from triple rolling. So this is a double roll. It only rolled 2 passives, and this is a double roll. You can get a 3rd passive, and there is no indicator that there's anything preventing triple rolls. It's just good luck getting that. Physteria. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the correction. Doing well about it, some gaming. Let's go.
Let's see how you handle it.
Triple's like 54% or something? Yeah. Her ring's illegal, gonna have to confiscate that. It didn't roll a third passive. And I don't love this being spell damage. I'm not a spell shot, so like it's actually just not doing anything for me, other than, you know, the massive amount of crit, but... Morning, Jester, how you doing? Where's Mood Ring drop? I have no idea. I go to the bunnies for everything. Warm up. We don't want to do bunny right now. Right, Kevin? Right, Kevin? Yeah, Kevin thinks I'm right. Why is Rain of Arrows so cracked right now? Because Black Powder Shotgun's got a massive buff, and Rain of Arrows is a Black Powder Shotgun. That is all. That's why blanket buffs are kind of scary, because you end up with situations like that, where, you know, the Sniper buff buffed the Sawmill and the Great Bow. The Shotgun buff for Black Powder buffed, you know, the Rain of Arrows. Blanket buffs are scary. If you're gonna push for buffs, I'd say be specific. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Guess I think you're right. Hey, Kevin's website. Did you get the buff on each arrow? It's just a card damage buff. Moveface. It was almost 50% buff. It was like 47% or something. To all Black Powder Shotguns. So, yeah. Rain of Arrows already had big number, so it got very big number. Times 25 Black Powder solid too. Yeah, it was already performing quite acceptably, if you ask me. And got a lot stronger. Do I have a weapon for this? Yeah, I do. All snipers get spell damage because fuck you, this is what... You never know, Dex. You never know. I'm so not awake enough to pretend I know how to aim. That was stressful. Are you only using spellcast and passive enchants? You don't seem to be hammer spamming much. I have action skill enchants, like here. That one's 20 seconds long. And then on the gun, no enchant. This is an action skill active one, but the way action skill active enchants work currently is they're a 1-minute timer. So like, you got lots of time, but gun here. So this is actually Quag game stream? It is. Go over your shield, armor, ammo? Yeah, sure. So I'm currently using a Universal Soldier, just because this is one that has gun, well, not because it has gun, all Universal Soldiers have gun damage. It's got Spore Warden power, which helps my ricochets from my capstone for when I'm using that. But it's got all damage, and the chance of ammo refill on melee damage is nice for when I'm using things like a sawmill. I can throw my hammer with my other hand, and that can trigger this. So it's big effective mag size in some situations. There's lots and lots of better things. This is just something I happen to have equipped right now. Honestly, I should probably go through my inventory and equip something better for the bark kill. For the ward, Body Rune, this is the Church of Body Rune. Body Rune is just like the general shield. Ever just melee? The throw, yeah. Just the initial hit and the recall, but yes. Like actually does melee? Yes. Melee. Now, if I throw it and leave it on the ground, that's ability, not melee. What was the other slot you wanted? Oh, armor. I'm just using a smart armor with 2 points in awe, because it has good passives. Like, all damage is nice, fire rate is nice, and awe is an impactful boost to get on the Clawbringer. What's up? Hey Amber, how you doing? Mozilla, hope you're well. Alan Perk, good to see you. Spent the morning trying to get on melee effects and Berserker and Stabbo action skills, nothing. So melee attacks mean specifically your swings, Moveface. So like these are melee attacks. This is not a melee attack, but it's still melee damage. You 360 no-scope my feels? I sure can, buddy. How you doing, Loki Legend? I don't want random blue armor. Hello? Drop priority? No, that was pretty good armor, honestly. That's a double roll wall damage. Poison Spore Warden with double roll all damage on a Blaze of Glory. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Hey Swag, how you doing? Found a volatile blue armor with +3 Wrath of Nature. Yeah, that's pretty sick.
There's a chin in the air.
Hey Yakumers, happy 420. Yeah, if you're celebrating, happy happy Leaf Day. I don't partake, but you enjoy. I do a sniper build without shooting. I'd use Barrage and Impaling Ice Spikes, because those can hit weak spots. What sniper is that? This is the Drill's Fury. And it is quite strong. You can kind of use it like an assault rifle in its main fire mode, and then you got the alt fire, where you can shoot that 3 times and then it starts AoEing for you. And it's very strong. 420, haha, the sex number. You tell him, Kettle Logic, you tell him. Ooh, good passes on this Diamond Gauntlets. All damage, gun damage, spell crit chance. But the skills... Why are the skills so bad? That's actually tragic. And it rolled poison damage. That's so sad. Ugh. Corrupted Plate Mail, 2 in Blast Gas, 2 in Dragon Aura. Yeah, I'll take that. Just make a gun build. I've been playing a lot of gun builds, honestly, Moveface. Use the explosive war much with drill? Yeah, I do. The big thing about it, Pizza Trains, is it goes through walls. So, like, I can shoot it here, and I didn't know that enemy was there. Now, it wasn't exactly behind a wall, but it still went for it. It does track through walls as long as they're in range. Let me try to get a good example. Okay, see? It's going for that enemy that I can't even fucking detect. So it's really good for just, if you're trying to find enemies that aren't being aggressive, you could just use that function. And if you're in a centralized area where you're, I don't know, maybe you're doing the Sacred Ground bonus objective, it lets you cover a wider area without having to move. Yeah, Jake. Excellent point, Kat. Anything else to add? Okay. Did nothing in range, so it didn't do a thing. Pretty good for obelisk levels, yeah. I would assume drill drops it? Yes, but you can also get it from bunnies. And a cheeky thing you can do, if you want more than one orb active, this kind of takes a timing trick, but let me see if I can do it. Yeah, you can use Universal Soldier or Warcaster to refill your ammo before it switches your fire mode, and you can have multiple active at once that way. Ouch, that was a barrel.
I'm floating back.
Got a poison White Rider with an enchant that actually complements it. Action skill start and poison damage. Nice. Or is it action skill active? Poison? But yeah, White Rider, very good gun. Good example of the rare poison items that are strong in this game. There's a bunch of weird poison items that aren't great. White Rider's fantastic though. Got buffed in this last hotfix.
Piercing cold. Worms won't go hungry tonight.
You can only shoot the orb 3 times. I was just making sure I actually shot it 3 times. Yeah, that one just died through the building. Maybe I have a bad memory. Yo, me too. Me too. You're in good company. Alright, now last stream we managed to get the drill orb to ricochet in a fun way and murder Banshee. I wonder if we could do that again. Ouch. That didn't go well. You just want ads? Thank you. Oh, out of range. You're a good company? Know you, Foster. How you doing? First time we've been in, you seem really chill. Hey, I appreciate that. Welcome in, Beatus. How you doing? Spell Shot can do literally everything. Yeah, it can. What's a good solo class combo for first character? Yeah, Sweatshirt Mafia. As Swag said, Spell Shot is kind of one of those classes that's really good on the surface when you don't have much game knowledge, and then once you get more, there's even more things that open up. You can kind of combine Spell Shot with anything, and it'll succeed. It's probably the most beginner-friendly class. Spell Shot, yeah. Now, if you're worried about survivability, that's a hot button for a lot of people. Graveborn is the easiest in that regard, and coincidentally, Spell Shot and Graveborn go very well together and amplify each other's damage quite well. So you can maybe do that combo as your first run through. See how you like it. Builds a good foundation for other skills you need to play in the game. That Calamity's trying. I'll take it. Morden Hazel, how you doing? Triple Chaotic Legos. The featured runs are pretty good about giving you drops. That ammo economy, though. I wasn't very careful with my ammo consumption, honestly. Alright, now let's see how much this does. I only have the one Volatile Great Bow, but I'm fine burning it. For science, chat. For science. We gotta see how far this goes. Equip that. Do I want a melee damage ring? I don't... No, it'll be fine. This will be fine. This one can maybe change. Thinking. Let's just copy that one. Okay. T-minus 24-ish hours till Buffmeister's ass blast into Oblivion, hopefully. 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 Alright, spawn an ad bark.
Interesting. That one.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Bark, you're camping me. It's so toxic. Also, why the fuck are you street cleaning now? There's always some kind of noise outside my window, chat. No, the mortar shroom. I just want my amp.
Tastes like green butt wipes, you know what I mean?
Hope one of these lads is an idiot.
Okay, come here. Let's go. That's the bark one shot. 3 out of 4 raid bosses one shot, chat. Clip and ship it. Oh, it didn't stay volatile. Tragic. It's okay, we got others. We got others. So I guess it does have to independently roll as chaotic or volatile again when it changes items. That's toxic. Changing my gear back over. So that's 3 out of 4 raid bosses one shot on this character on this exact skill tree setup. We did change armors for this, but still counts. I put my twin soul back on. Probably unintended. What, with the chaotic volatile thing? It's a different item, so it makes sense. Like, it turns from one item to another. Sniper's bad? Sniper's bad, of course. Volatile bricks too? Oh yeah. But snipers are bad, right? Yeah, Drell's hell. Look away, look back, raid boss dead. Yeah, we one-shotted Foster. We got it. Thank you, Viper. Let me grab this. Okay, how loud is that for you guys? Because it is driving me crazy. No, the mortar shroom. I just want my amp. I'm very sensitive to certain noises. Is it not that loud? Alright. I'll leave my window open then. Sounds distant? Okay, better for you than me. That's what matters. Okay, beautiful. Just a hum, no big deal? Okay. How you doing, Sam Lasco? Exclamation point, woof. Yeah. Take Spore Capstone and get off armor? Yes, smooth face. That's what I did. If it independently rolls, does it mean you can crack a normal gun and get a volatile? That is what I'm thinking, Daniel. That is what I'm thinking. We could... I have a couple regular ones we could honestly test that out real quick. But I do want to keep some around. We drop the used ones. Do I have multiple cryo ones? I have a volatile one. I'll keep that. Let's hit for more great bows, and if we get any from this pull that are not chaotic or volatile, I'll just shoot them right away. Gamba. 1 in 5 or something for chaotic, something like that. Volatile Carouser. Ooh, that's higher damage than the best Carouser I have. Upgrade. Me take. Sniper Bunny is so fucking awesome. Like, anything but a Kaokon is good from this thing. Wasting great bows for science, of course. Wow, my luck is kind of on today. What is this? Browser Firelock? Yes. What does a Kaokon do besides completely destroy my sniper ammo? It shoots in a 5 projectile fan and a wide shot on one, and then in a narrow 5 projectile fan on the next one. But it consumes 5 ammo per shot, does not do 5 times the damage. Can't be enchanted, is impossible to aim effectively. Forces you to reload after every 2 shots, except when it sometimes decides you get 3. It's just not good. Hey English, Lurkin, hope you're doing good. Doing great, we got the Bark one shot. The one we couldn't quite land yesterday. We got it. I wish Ski Prod was better on the arc chain damage. I've had a couple people tell me it's pretty good in mobbing with the arc chains, pizza trains, or against certain bosses as well, because of how their hitboxes behave. I've been told it's good on Parasite and good in mobbing. It's probably one of those things that's hard to see in action with enemy density. Which, to reiterate, I don't necessarily think enemy density needs to go up, I think enemy aggression needs to go up. That's the big thing there. Amazing single target damage, is it? Well, there you go. I probably haven't used it in the correct manner for single target myself. Oh yeah, this great bow rolled Spore Fuse on like the second roll. It's not chaotic or anything, but it's Spore Fuse and it's a shock great bow. So this is the one we're gonna use for the Maker one shot when we attempt that. Probably gonna attempt that today, chat. I'm thinking if we can get to the point where we can one-shot each of them individually, because we've done the 3 individually, we've not done the Maker yet. If we can do the Maker individually with the one-shot, and then go back and do all of them in one run, that would be a great clip. That would be really cool. But I need a lot of great bows for that. I have a couple fire ones. Actually, I have enough fire ones. I can just waste this one. Let's do some science with this one. Let's see if this will roll chaotic. Where is it? Where are you at, Great Bow? No, it did not. It rolled as a non-chaotic. Yeah, that one's staying though. Yeah, I need more great bows. What do I normally put in the slot? Whichever used great bow I'm using. I got this one though. This is fun. Getting this is a volatile. Like, that's actually crazy card damage. Look at that. 517 times 7 for just a chaotic. That's a lot of damage. That's like a lot of damage. That's in the mid 3000s. A fire rate of almost 1? That's like good. So I want to do a couple runs and get some more great bows together. So we're going to keep doing featured runs. Get probably like 3 or 4 more great bows if we can. Multiple elements if we can. Pretty much any except dark magic are desired here. Let me change my action skill back. And then once we have a decent store of great bows again, we'll go for that Maker one-shot, I think. Now, the Maker one-shot's gonna be weird, because I need to make sure I get my amp hilts, and I need to position to where she doesn't just dodge me at the last second, because she moves very erratically. I probably need to be really patient, which is why I want to have multiple great bows, because if I miss her completely, I can try again. I just need to have another shot available.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Poison, spell shot, joint training. Yes. Yeah, fuck it.
It's your funeral.
Arkansas one-shot's impressive, don't get me wrong. Can you one-shot Pigwort? Yes. I know, Pigwort is the toughest of the raid bosses in this game. I'm only like 20% joking when I say that. Pigwort is a fucking nightmare. Like, he does not mess around. Oh, that's a barrel. Seriously, Pigwort feels tougher than the actual final boss? Yes, legitimately. Pigwort kind of combines a lot of things that people have trouble with in this game. So, like, for example, Nightmare. People have a lot of trouble with the Nightmare fight. And I'm still completely convinced that it's because of the way Nightmare moves. And Pigwort, once Pigwort starts moving, he's very difficult to deal with. Now, if you can lock him in place and keep, you know, knocking him down and phasing him before his next time he gets up, then he's fine. But if you can't, it becomes a nightmare situation. Pretty excited for DLC release? Yeah, Mozilla. Definitely looking forward to it. Always want more things to do. 2P a Tiny Tank. Hey, Mustard. How you doing? I don't even know what got me. Must have been a barrel. Probably don't need to carry these. I'm clearing fast enough. We'll call it maintaining good habits. Are any obelisk specific drops worth chasing? I believe the Gluttony is an obelisk drop. Liquid Cooling, technically speaking, is an obelisk drop. What are some others, chat? I don't know dedicated sources. I just live in the Chaos Chamber. Help me out here. Doing good, hope you and chat are well. I'm pretty good. How you doing, chat? Mustard asking after you. Because Mustard's nice like that. How we doing today? I'm very happy with this one shot. What goals do you guys have for things to do in this game? Whether it's, you know, by the time the DLC drops or just in general. What are you working towards? I find this game is very good when you look at it. Well, it's good in general, but when you look at it through like this goal-oriented lens, you do a lot of interesting stuff with it. Pickaxe? Pickaxe is sick. Reload speed, but those are like the ones that I don't necessarily want reload speed on. Because sniper rifles, I'm more likely to just go for mag size and bypass that entirely. Assault rifles, they're fine. I would want reload speed on shotguns or pistols, but not those. Actually hit loot enemies? Heard. They're in the castle, the portals, and the Dragon Lord? I feel you. My goal? Fun. You're not allowed to do that. This is a video game and this is the internet, Viper. Come on. Fun is secondary. I like how I was just dicking around there, but it was still efficiently killing enemies because this gun is cracked. I just play to enjoy the game, making a powerful build to secondary. Respect it. I respect it.
You're looking for trouble, you found it.
Neuron activation is a valid goal of gameplay. True. These nerfs are just killing the casual player base. It's sad, really. Which nerf specifically, Lyrics? What do you mean? And by these nerfs, do you mean the ones that came in the update that was 60% buffs? Is that what you're referring to? Or are you joking, clowning on the people who actually say things like that? Because if so, well done. Nerfs are killing the game. How you doing, Mask? That's crazy. I'll just see things like sniper is bad when I find myself using like only sniper rifles. Like, look at my equip load right now. Sniper rifle, sniper rifle, sniper rifle. Shotgun for if I run out of ammo. But otherwise, sniper rifles. One-shot 3 or 4 raid bosses so far with sniper rifles. When I'm not one-shotting raid bosses with sniper rifles, I use my other sniper rifle. Like, weird. Duck Duck Goose for real. Ooh, that thing on an amp shot's actually pretty nasty, huh? I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Yeah. But flat bad. It's the flat bad situation again. So for anyone who wasn't around early Borderlands 3, they put a cooldown on one of Flack's skills, and they toned down one of Flack's action skill variants early in the game. But then they also buffed like 2 entire skill trees, and people ignored those buffs. Same thing. Same thing's happening again. Except on a game-wide scale.
Appreciate the assist, little one.
Peter Panda. Oh no, that's gonna read out.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Nerf Apocalypse bad game Clawbringer bad. Where are my dedicated drops? Quag gun only endgame DLC? Whereas BL2 raid boss?
You kind of hit the nail on the head, my brother in chat. you did hit the thing. Thank you for the 16 months, Peter Pan. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Sniper's bad, Quag uses snipers, Quag bad. I think that checks out, Foster. Rain of Arrows is great at killing me. Yeah, Pizza, but here's the lovely thing about Rain of Arrows. It's also great at killing everything else. Like, sure, if it takes you with it, that's fine. But guess what? If you kill another thing at the same time, you get up. So, like... I want to try out... What does that do, Amped? Not great. It's not on this phase.
Ice fight.
Oops. That was a big chunk. Oh yeah, those orbs hit so hard, what the hell?
Let's get casting and blasting.
When that Spore Warden fire rate kicks in.
Piss off to the hereafter.
Beautiful. Banshee screams give me nightmares. Rain of Arrows can't kill if you simply don't walk in the area of effect. Also true. And yes, that does mean some enemies are not friendly to Rain of Arrows, but that's how items in this game are designed. There's some items that are good for some situations, terrible for others. Does the Hammer and Anvil shield proc Universal Soldier? It should, Moonface. It looks for things that have damage source melee, and I believe those hammers have damage source melee. How many great bows do I have? Oh, not many. If I had another one, we'd one-shot Bunny for fun right now, but I'll save it. I'll save it. We'll just do the normal fight. Hey, loves the Spooge. What do you recommend for the obvious combo of Spore and Stabbo so I can do all the crits? Also, hello, how are you? I'm great. How are you doing? I'd recommend capping out Spore Warden Tree, grab that capstone, and then run Stabbos from the shadows. And you could run around hitting enemies with your gun, and it'll ricochet to other enemies, and those ricochets will also get the from the shadows crit, you know, and it just does a lot of damage. You get a lot of movement speed from that multi-class combo as well. Stabbo and Spore both have big movement speed bonuses in Tree. So you'd zip around pretty fast and ruin some days. Hey, I actually pinked it for once. Excuse me, Pony? Really? Really? Oh, you're going for a double? Cool. That was just unfortunate timing. Yeah, I got fucked. I'm already dead. Eh. Does White Rider benefit from all that goodness? I don't know if White Rider triggers play the angles, but it would still be very good with From the Shadows and just Spore's other damage stuff. Using a more traditional projectile weapon, like, you know, Sawmill, with Play the Angles, goes very well. In fact, Sawmill is why I have Play the Angles at all in the setup. Also, because if I want Wrath of Nature, which I do, great damage skill, and Headhunter, which I do, great damage skill, then this is only 2 points away. I just need 1 point over in one of these skills to get down here, and then that's only 1 point. So it's at a point where there's not enough points to go farther in Claw Tree to get anything of value if I want max Wrath of Nature. Now, what I could do is I can go 2 Wrath of Nature and then partial Awe investment as well. And that's a perfectly valid approach, but that's the kind of thing you need to weigh with your other multi-class. And because Stabomancer has an absolutely dogshit tier 5 in its tree, seriously, it's Alchemical Agent and then the other one. An Alchemical Agent is a 1 point skill, so it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever. So you're much more likely to go deep into the Spore Warden tree than the Stabomancer tree. Gamer doesn't do mechanics get punished? Yep. I did not pay attention, and the game made me suffer for it. I appreciate that, game. Banshee finally gave me a Frost Automatic last night, ×3 low mag and 4 times scope. Well, I don't really ADS much in this game anyway, so... the scope isn't a problem, but the low mag means more damage. It means your base damage will be higher. And I don't personally know if ×3 or ×4 is desired there. I don't know the standards for automatic. Haven't used the gun too much yet.
You were short work.
Does featured run get better drops? In terms of dedicated drops? Yes, time I got back. There's an increase to dedicated drops from the mini-boss and the main boss that you will find in the featured run. It's just a permanent thing. So whatever's in the featured run, if you do through the featured run, increase drops. What you got for me? Chaotic Body Rune? No augment though. No thank you. I prefer ×3 honestly, and it does do good damage, but I hate that scope so much. That's fair. I just find myself almost never ADSing in this game because, as we discussed, I use mostly snipers, and sniper aim sensitivity is awful. So, and then obviously things like the Crossblade, you have no reason to ADS. Gluttony cracked? Gluttony is cracked, Sora. Really good. It's one of the things that was also buffed. I don't know why, didn't need it, but it was buffed. Seriously, we need to put the context of last week's hotfix right at the forefront of these discussions, because they buffed more than they nerfed, and some of those buffs didn't need to happen. Like, 3 entire categories of spells were buffed, and nobody talked about it beyond the first day. Kind of interesting. Like, they buffed eruption spells, all but one type of magic barrage spells, and they buffed Hydra spells. People didn't talk about that. Why is that? Hey newbie, how you doing? Sigil buff? Yeah, I forgot the sigil buff. 4 categories of spells. Excuse me, I forgot one. Sniper Bunny, why are you doing me like this? Awkward. Heard you wanted some more buffs for your buffs, so I called her in. Oh no. People ignored the buffs and only looked at liquid cooling. But they didn't even look at liquid cooling. That's the thing, Newbie. They looked at liquid cooling on paper. Liquid cooling in practice is still a good gun. You want me to prove it? I'll prove it.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Does Hydra spell buff not include three-headed Hydra? Because those aren't spawning second. It doesn't spawn a second when you activate it, T-Doggity. It gives you an extra charge. Do you not have an extra charge for that one? So I'm using a liquid cooling right now on a Clawbringer. Which, even me saying those words, coming out of my mouth specifically, just makes some people's blood boil. But it works.
This should be interesting.
So my go-to for Gloop? Yeah, we'll have to do Gloop. You can absolutely still one-cycle Gloop with this. You can also one-cycle Gloop with a used antique great bow, but people think that's bad too, because they haven't used it. You seeing a trend, chat?
You a short work.
Extra charge, okay, that's starting to make sense, thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. It's just, you can cast an additional time. And that's a really interesting way of buffing the Hydra spells, because the charge part, when rolled on any spell, in terms of, like, you get it in the actual slots, like down here, like this spell charge part, it comes with a cooldown penalty. Each spell charge part you get gives a cooldown penalty. So for example, if you take a Reviver spell, which has a very long cooldown already, do I have one on me? I don't. And if you get a charge part on it, which you can, the cooldown for that thing goes up to like 40 seconds. But them innately giving all Hydra spells a second charge is a huge uptime increase, because Hydra spells have like middle of the road cooldowns. It's like 18 seconds or something. Might be 20. It's something reasonable. It's not like Reviver. It's not as short as, say, an Arcane Bolt, but Arcane Bolt's whole thing is spam. So you can get a lot of Hydras. And the interesting thing about multi-charge spells is that you can still refresh all of them with Spellshot Capstone if you really want to spam. And since Spellshot Capstone has an enforced cooldown, you have time to dump all your charges. Very synergistic stuff. They're really min-max my Clawbringer Greyborn, just specking the companions a lot. There's specific guns I'm supposed to use. It depends on the situation. It depends on how you've structured your damage buffs, Pizza Trains. Like for me, this is mostly a sniper build. I'm just too lazy to switch over my ring right now, and it kind of assists in proving my point. I have a ring that does absolutely nothing for my damage equipped right now, and I'm using a liquid cooling just to show that the gun's good. I could swap this out, but because I have this ring, that lends my gameplay towards sniping a little bit more. So that's why I have multiple sniper rifles equipped. So it really go off of what you have. If you say have a action skill active fire damage enchant, okay, what good fire guns are there? I really like the crossblade. I happen to have this crossblade that does lightning and fire damage. So I got a lightning enchant on it. I got fire enchant on my spell. It's perfect for this gun. That's kind of the thought process you go through. So your build guide for the sniper build? I can go over the build after the run for you, Stormflare, if you want. Just remind me in the loot room at the end of the run.
Cold of the grave.
Thanks, mate. Love your guides. Hey, I appreciate that. Always happy to help point people towards things I've had success with in this game. There's a lot of good stuff. Yo, Poison Dart, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Goes a long way, thank you.
I can get used to this. Hammer of ages.
Hey T Honey, how you doing? Poison Dart, generous as always. I really appreciate it. 214 subs in the channel. You're incredibly generous, and it's always amazing. Thank you.
She's on fire. You go back.
What have we here?
She's just the girl and she's on fire. You go back. She's just the girl and she's on fire. You go back.
Cool your head.
Getting these doesn't do much for your crystal, like, income, but it's better than nothing, so I do grab them. Because, like, on this map, these two are convenient, so whatever.
She's just the girl and she's on fire. You go back.
But yeah, anyway, back on topic, like, how do you get through to people who are like, Clawbringer, liquid cooling, completely worthless? Like, they're not going to be receptive to, hey, I kill raid bosses faster than you with your Buffmeister and Nightshade. They don't listen to that. So, like, how do you communicate across this divide? Because I'm genuinely kind of stumped. We're at a very critical point in this game's life where we can avoid the pitfalls of Borderlands 3 constantly buffing everything, but people don't seem to want to. And I don't know what to do about that. How do you guys feel about that?
Winter's blade.
That's the fun part. You don't. Oh, yeah. That's the realistic answer. People would 100% say you're just being carried by Spore, unfortunately. But I could, like, put another class there instead. I'm not even using Spore Fuse. That's part of, like, the point. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't run from the storm.
I should start doing these kills and these runs on just a all skill points into Clawbringer tree setup. Because don't get me wrong, there's things about Clawbringer I want addressed. It's just like, maybe we accurately target these things? Maybe that makes for better feedback? I don't know. Because there are things people are talking about that should be addressed. The Cleansing Flames action skill, for example. Absolutely horrid. Like, it's horrible. It's actually awful. It does not do damage, and the hitbox is ridiculous. The other day, I know Moxie was talking about the hitbox thing, and I'm pretty sure he had some good ideas for that. I heard Epic talking about the damage the other day, so, like, that's good feedback. I want more people talking about that. The cooldown of the capstone, that doesn't have to be 25 seconds, maybe it could be like 10. But that's specificity in feedback, and you'll see a lot of the community just say, buff, buff. Like, okay, but do what to it? And that's how you end up with non-specific things, like items in Borderlands 3 getting 500% damage buffs. Like, Best you can do is just present the evidence, make the case if you want someone to listen, try out, etc. Yeah, Poison. That's the most measured approach, because at the end of the day, I firmly believe you can't ever change anyone's mind on anything, right? You can't do it. The best you can do is, as was said there, make a case and just kind of leave it there. Hope people change their own mind. But it's kind of sad when you see huge amounts of negativity towards something that, like, isn't reality. Motion needs to be reworked. Yeah, dedication? Yeah, dedication is pretty bad. Radiant's kind of like, why are you here? It's not as bad as dedication, but, like... Also, it's interesting that these two don't go together, because the larger your total ward, the more spread you have and how much you'll actually get. So if you take this, you get less out of this. That's, it's interesting design. And then this just doesn't do damage. Today's my birthday. Happy birthday, Bear Dragon. You did mention yesterday. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a good one. Want to see the handbow nerfs reverted and replaced with slow fire rate? Yeah, they did the fire rate thing to the Kings and Queens call in BL3. To combat that, and it worked pretty well. They didn't have to change the damage at all, they just lowered the fire rate. Wonder why they didn't do that this time. What do you think would be the ultimate sniper crit build? Spore Ward and Spell Shot or Stabbo? Here's the thing. People aren't gonna like my answer. Spell Shot Clawbringer. Spell Shot Clawbringer, legitimately. If you're talking traditional sniper gameplay of like using a bolt action kind of sniper, something like the Carouser, where's my Carouser? Like this gun, then yeah, Spell Shot Clawbringer. But if you're talking about using a non-traditional sniper like a Sawmill, then you have Spore Warden on the table for the mag size, the ammo regen, and because it's so inefficient with ammo, play the angles allows you to get the ricochets in on top of that. So for like a Sawmill, Spore Warden. But for a traditional sniper, Clawbringer has this down here, Awe, which is a very, very, very impactful crit damage bonus. The crit chance took a big hit to its value, but you can still grab it pretty comfortably with an armor. And it's got two good early damage skills here in Oath of Fire and Dragon Aura. So stuff like Liuda, Drill's Fury, Spore Warden. Yeah, Stormflare, yeah. Yo, not a speed. Thank you for gifting a sub to Beer Dragon. I keep saying that wrong. To Bear Dragon. I guess I keep thinking Bearded Dragon. I don't know. I'm weird. But thank you for doing that, not a speed. And once again, happy birthday, Bear Dragon. To be honest, I'm also a little bit confused as why Clawbringer doesn't have anything to add to the melee formula. Yeah, there's a bonus element for melee, and then nothing to boost melee. Now, maybe the design philosophy there is, hey, you can get it from your other tree, but there's trees that don't have to do that. Like Berserker, the only thing Berserker doesn't get is... Berserker doesn't get spell and ability, but like... Okay, Spell Shot doesn't get ability, but Paradigm exists for both of those cases. So like, you can just Paradigm convert stuff. And Claw doesn't have stuff to be converted with Paradigm, is the big thing. You can enhance Claw by using Paradigm, but you can't use Claw to enhance Paradigm, if that makes sense. Haven't on this map before? It's a secret one. You can get this in normal Chaos Chamber runs, but it happens to be part of the featured run, so that's why it's here right now. Oh yeah, we're gonna do blue, right? Yeah. It's like nobody thought Clawbringer would be the best sniper. That's the thing. People, myself included at times, jump the gun with theory crafting certain things. Well, let's talk about that. This will be a bit of a long one. So, Clawbringer is one of those classes that on paper looks like bad. In practice, some of the issues that seem present aren't. But on the other end of the spectrum, you have, well, first, in the middle, you have Spellshot, which is exactly as terrifying as everyone thought Spellshot would be. Everyone was like, hey, Spellshot's gonna be the meta thing that everyone uses, and yeah, everybody was right. But then on the other side, you have Stabomancer, which... Stabomancer is one of those things that the more you look at it, the less desirable it is. Yes, it's used for the speedrun. Yes, you can do crazy dot stuff with it. Yes, it's a very popular class. But here's the thing. It is a two-trick pony. From the shadows, Alchemical Agent. Those are the only unique things of value the entirety of the class provides. The more you look at Stabomancer, the more you look at where its damage boosts fall in the formula, the more you look at the things located in the skill tree, it doesn't do anything unique. Now, maybe that's by design. Maybe it's just, hey, this is good if you want stats class, go for it. But other classes do that too. Berserker does that, better, arguably. Spellshot does that, better, arguably. You don't like Stabo Capstone? It is extremely niche in its use cases. And remember, a Capstone is a 26 skill point investment. You could compare something as niche as Stabo Capstone with other Capstones and be like, oh, that's much more straightforward. Play the Angles, for example. Very straightforward in its use. Sever the Thread over on Spellshot. Very straightforward. Morhem's Blessing on Graveborn. Was it Blood of the Ancients on Berserker? Like, those are all just very straightforward in their use cases, and you can absolutely justify putting that many points. But with ones like Stormsmite and Executioner's Blade, individually, their value isn't low, but you have to put dead points to get there. And only some classes have that problem, and that is mostly a thing on Stabo and Claw, above other classes. Because Claw, you have this skill is dead to you, this skill is dead to you, this skill is dead to you. This skill enhances a part of your kit that most people aren't looking to enhance, though it is a good skill. So you're gonna, at some point, put low value skill points if you want to get to or past this tier. Now this tier itself is fine. If you compare it to other tier 5s, it doesn't hold up well. But in a vacuum, fine. But you struggle to get value out of the lower tree in both Claw and Stabo. You have something Deep Tree that's good, like Clawbringer has Awe and Indomitable are good skills. Stabomancer has Alchemical Agent, which is a really, really good skill. Seriously, it's a very good skill. But is it a 21 skill point worth skill? When you've got other trees like Spore or Spellshot tree, or Graveborn, or Berserker? Something to keep in mind. Food for thought. Clawbringer's fine, but it's missing something, I can't decide what. It does have a bit of an identity issue in the middle of the tree. Also, at the beginning, you know, the shield stuff is kind of out of place, because you see what an alternative approach to shield stuff does under Spellshot, and then Claw does it too, and you're like, but wait, this... what's different here, you know? There we go. I can get my fire damage now. Is this game worth getting for someone who loves looter shooter but not story campaign? Absolutely, Golems. I am not a huge story campaign guy myself, and I have... what's my current playtime on this game? Let's check my launcher. 1 second, it's loading. I currently have 15 days and 15 hours playtime on this game since its release a little under a month ago. and almost all of that is in this game's endgame. So, not story stuff, just the looter shooter builds economy part of the game. Trial and error, experimentation, you know, that stuff. If you like all that, yeah, this game's for you. Extra charge glacial cascade, yes, please. Play on PS5 though? Yeah, it'll work just fine. Game runs well on PS5. We got a few people in the chat who play on PS5. Just got a Curse Wit, and damn, my boss clear time just got 50% better at least. Nice. Curse Wit's strong. Hey, Control, how you doing? Takedown Thursday? I wouldn't call it that. We're getting the mirror system, which is, sounds promising. I like that. Hope we get a, vanity system soon. Oh, like transmogs and stuff, Emily? Yeah, that'd be cool. Transmog system would be very nice. Played Division 2 before? I've heard people who like Div 2 say good things about this game. Liquid cooling bad, by the way. Clawbringer bad, by the way. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If the gun suddenly sucks for you, guess what? It wasn't the gun. Like, don't know what to tell you. Still got a permanent slot in my inventory. Is this the same build you're one-shotting bosses with? Yes, Lonely Star. Yep. Same setup. And I will go over, because Stormflare asked, I will go over exactly... Oh, by the way, I was using a ring that did absolutely nothing for my damage output. Just want to point that out. I was using a pistol there, and this ring does not a single thing for my output. I'm not a spell shot, so I don't get magic bullets buff out of this. It just did nothing. So, my setup. Skill tree wise, I go all the way down to Spore Warden Capstone for Play the Angles. This is just a good mobbing skill for when I'm using weapons that aren't necessarily ammo efficient. So things like the liquid cooling and sniper rifles. You get more mileage if you hit 2 enemies instead of 1. When a second ring slot unlock after the story, game is life. After the story, you complete the quest that's called Epilogue, which is after the final boss, and then your second ring slot will unlock. As will the Chaos Chamber, the activity I'm doing. So this is just a good ammo economy skill. Wrath of Nature is just one of the best damage increasing skills in the game. It's like the crown jewel of Spore Warden, really. Thanks, you're welcome. Headhunter is really, really good for bossing in particular, because bosses are the ones you're most likely to care about their open crit spots. And this applies to anything that is capable of hitting a weak spot. So not just guns, but the barrage action skill, for example. Certain spells, like that ice spike I'm using, do benefit from this. But back to the other end of the tree, we've got gun damage from Eagle Eye. The handling actually helps a lot with sniper rifles, now that I think about it. Affinity gives ability damage, which we use to increase the damage of Play the Angles down here. We've got some gun crit chance from Bullseye. Not a hugely valuable skill, but we do need to get down the tree. Quiver of Holding is one of the very few sources of ammo regen in this game. And the mag size also really helps things like the Sawmill, which we use a lot. Medicinal mushroom is good quality of life. It can get you out of a jam where, let's say, a barrel or a spicy puddle gets you at the end of an encounter. Your mushroom can just get you up. Windrunner is extremely potent fire rate and movement speed. So the thing to keep in mind with this is it stacks twice. So it's not 12%, it's not... It's 24%, which is like... Stabomancer, you ain't special. You ain't special. Spore Warden does it too. That's a lot of movement speed, and that's a lot of burr. Then this tier on Spore, kinda bad, honestly. Called Shot is awkward because it's only gun damage. It's a decent amount of gun damage if you fully invest, but sitting there for 10 seconds, not using your action skills or your spells, or really having any mobility, that's not realistic, so I wouldn't really ever recommend Called Shot currently. And Thrill of the Hunt, I'm not a companion build, so I don't benefit from companion damage. So that's why we do end up taking these bullseye points that I otherwise wouldn't. And that gets us down to this tier. Now over in Clawbringer Tree, Oath of Fire is utterly fantastic. You want this on every Clawbringer gun build, and you want Dragon Aura on every Clawbringer gun build as well. Every Clawbringer build, realistically, you want Dragon Aura. It's just a really good damage multiplier. So those are no-brainer 10 points, and that's where it gets a little complicated. We do take 1 point in Blasphemet's favor, despite it being objectively a bad skill, because of its access to damage. Not because of its damage itself, but it gives us access to damage. So this thing deals ability damage, which means it triggers Wrath of Nature. If this orb goes and hits a target, that's one fewer thing we need to actually use an action skill on. So it's access to damage. Also, it does fire or lightning damage, depending on what actually spawned it, and that helps consistency in keeping our Awe active, which we are getting from our armor right now. I'll get to that in a moment. We have Oath of Thunder from, I believe that's entirely from our armor. Yeah, we do. This is a nice bonus element for our hammer throw and for our wyvern, and when we do bonk things in melee, as I occasionally do for my hilt mods, but not hugely important to this build. That's why we don't have any natural points into it. And then we've got Rebuke, which is tankiness, and that reflect from it is ability damage, which means it does trigger Wrath of Nature. Another source of putting our really big damage debuff. Hey Swifty, how you doing? And we got Firebolt. It gives the Wyvern a very strong attack and gives us a tiny bit of damage. And Storm Breath is actually a really good skill. 12% damage reduction for one skill point is significant. And it gives the Wyvern another good attack that happens to be lightning damage, which triggers the crit chance portion of Awe. You explain why Blasphemet's a bad skill, didn't know it was bad? Yeah, Foster, it's super simple. Ready? It does terrible damage. That's all. Blasphemet's Favor does not do good damage, the tracking isn't particularly intelligent, and it's very conditional in its spawning method. So, like, either the Wyvern kills with breath, or you kill with gun and you get a fire one. That's the one you see most of the time. You getting a kill with melee, unlikely unless it's a hammer throw in this build, so you don't frequently get a lightning orb. Now, Wyvern killing with its claws is also infrequent, so you don't really see lightning orbs. And the lightning one does more damage, but it's the one you see less frequently. You guys can't see because my cam covers it, but the fire one does base 572 damage, the lightning one does base 857 damage. So significantly more than the lightning one, and that one still doesn't hit worth shit. It's just not a good damage skill. We use it to trigger things that happen from dealing an amount of damage. We only take it because A, we need to get down the tree, and B, it does an amount that isn't zero. It's not to kill things. Hey Flo, how you doing? Good to see you. Sure gear? Yeah, I can show gear. Well, first hero points, max crit, and rest and spell cooldown. And then over on the gear side, we'll start down here. I've got a mood ring with gun damage. The passives on the bottom aren't hugely helpful here. The shotgun damage is nice, the shotgun crit damage, for when I use my crossblade, but I've not been using that today. So that hasn't been helping me. The spell crit damage, I'm not really focusing on spells, but I suppose it's nice. Mostly I'm just using it because it's got gun damage on a mood ring. The melee crit chance, utterly irrelevant. So my rings are just kind of not great for my current setup. Now this ring is a lot better for when I'm using snipers, but keep in mind I'm not a spell shot, so I am not getting the conversion of spell damage to magic bullets. So this only helps this ice spike, which is not relevant against bosses. Just I use to clean up weak ads and trigger my chance. The sniper crit damage is very nice, though. That's very, very impactful. My ward is just a body rune, doesn't even have an augment, it's just a body rune. Very easy to get here. Amulet, again, very interchangeable. I'm using one with Spore Warden power, a Universal Soldier. I like the synergy of throwing my hammer to refill my mag, allows me to keep shooting without using, both of my hands for reload animation. But you can really use anything here. A Skeep is your best defensive option, a Joint Training is probably your best offensive option. If you have to be using dark magic weapons, you can get with a Blood Bag for a little more tank. DLC drop yet? No, that's tomorrow. You got lots of choices here, so again, this isn't a huge deal. For your spell slot, try to get something with multiple charges and a decent cooldown. Now, an Impaling Ice Spike works out the best here because it also does good damage, but you could use an Arcane Bolt, you could use a Glacial Cascade, you could use an Arc Torrent. You got lots of choices for the spell slot. And as for guns, I'm currently using a ×2 Sawmill is one of my go-to bossing options. Sawmills can get up to a 22 mag. They can roll in ×2, 3, or 4 for the projectiles. ×4 is max DPS, but lowest uptime and least ammo efficiency. ×3 is a good balance between the two. ×2 is the one you can sustain the best with things like mag size and ammo regen combined. Do enchantment stack? They do not. Drill's Fury, really, really underappreciated gun. It's been good since the day that came out. The day the game came out, people just haven't given it a shot. But it kind of handles like a fire AR, and the alt fire shoots out this orb of lightning that it'll track enemies, and you can shoot it up to 3 times. And shooting it causes it to release tendrils that attach to enemies through walls even, and it'll just keep doing shock damage to those enemies. Extremely good mobbing weapon. And good in bossing too, honestly. Ah, yes, the trailer gun. It wasn't a trailer. It wasn't a trailer. We're using the liquid cooling. Yes, this gun is still worth keeping around. You need to be maybe a little more discerning about the parts on it. Definitely don't want to use a ×1 anymore. It's just doesn't hit very hard. But a ×2 is extremely good if you are consistently critting and have a lot of fire rate. That's where this gun shines. And a crossblade. Crossblade slaps hard. This is a good gun. So pretty simple. You got lots of weapons you can use here, though. I have a Carouser on me. I have a bunch of Great Bows on me, which we've one-shot 3 of the 4 raid bosses on this build, chat. We have commands, all the commands in the title. Exclamation point Bunny, exclamation point Bark, and exclamation point Gloop are our one-shots of 3 of the 4 raid bosses. We've not attempted the Maker one-shot yet, but probably try that today. What's my armor? Oh yeah, I forgot the armor. Armor, I'm using a smart armor with 2 points in Awe, 2 in Oath of Thunder. It's a Claw Stabo armor. I'm not a Sabomancer. I'm just using it for the points in Awe, really. Yeah, I forgot about armor. Sorry about that, guys. Have you ever played Destiny 1 or 2? I've never played 2. I played the first Destiny when it first came out. I played to like the first light level cap and then got bored. How's luck to use the crossblade? You shoot it. It's a close range weapon. The crossblade's whole thing is it's a multi-element gun. So if you remember the a popular gun in BL2 was the Florentine. It was cool because it was 2 elements at once. It was super wacky. I liked it because of that. But this does that. So it can roll in any combination of 2 elements, and it's a close range weapon that also passes through walls. So you see it's going through this thing here. You can hide behind a wall and shoot enemies through it if you want to. But it also just hits hard and does 2 elements at once. Good gun. Where does it drop? I believe it's from Gloop. Gloop is the dedicated source of the crossblade, right? Tried using Wrath of Nature armor? Yeah, swag. I actually used that on the Bark one-shot. I used this one here. This armor on the right is what I used for the Bark one-shot. From Gloop? Yep. Thank you, Flo. Does the center do less damage than the extended rays? No. No, the hitbox is a little wonky, stocks, so you want to try to make sure you're as close as you can be, because, one, it's got the range thing, it kind of poofs out of existence. But it also the hit detection is just better closer to the center if you can manage it. But it is pretty generous. And the Crossblade, because it is a magic barrel black powder shotgun, it has increased base crit chance, which is very helpful for its output. You can build around things like shotgun crit, and you'll get more mileage. I was talking a lot there. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. Sorry about that. I'm very scatterbrained today. Thanks for the explanation on Blasphemous, by the way. I'm going to respec my claw till tomorrow. Waiting to respec my claw. I'd still say put a point in Blasphemous. Like, sometimes you just take a bad skill. Like I said earlier, Claw and Stabbo just kind of have to do that. Take a skill that doesn't really help you much to get to the other ones. Whereas other classes just... for example, there's no bad Graveborn skills, really. There's no bad spell shot skills, really, until, like, low tiers. There's only one bad Berserker skill in the entire tree, and even then, there's not enough points in it that you can only take that. It's the heal in the tier 1. It's, like, the only bad one. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Tried Time. You into whiskey? How about the new Valentine's Moxie's Finest? I saw about that. I do enjoy a nice whiskey. I might have to pick that up, honestly. They one-shot the maker. That's cool, Jay Swifty. Congrats. You happen to have a clip or anything? YouTube upload this, go. Ooh, what you? Chaos Keep Rod. I have a volatile already. No thank you. I did need another great bow. So we can try to get a volatile used one. Make sure it's the right one. Nope. Sag. I need more inventory space. I think we have enough. I think we actually have enough for an SDU. Volatile armor passive values. Yeah. As chaos tiers go up, those passives on items are gonna get crazy. And that's something that I would really caution people to keep an eye on. Because things like this are gonna get crazier as this game goes. Because as chaos tiers go up, these get bigger. And you know what doesn't get bigger as chaos caps go up? Your skill trees. So you're gonna hit a point where your gear is doing more of the lifting than your skill tree. Now, some setups have already hit that point. If any of you watched Garwood, he was doing about a week ago some 0 skill points boss speed kills. Because gear already does more of the lifting depending on your multi-class combination and choice of gear. Of course he was. Is he flying yet? Yes, actually, I think. Of course. Utility skills will probably become more important than straight-up damage skills. Yeah. Yeah, and things that are placed in unique areas of the formula, such as Wrath of Nature. This is not... There's no equivalent to Wrath of Nature you can get from your gear, other than getting an armor with points in Wrath of Nature. And this kind of winds back to the Stabomancer issue, where Stabomancer's damage skills, 1000 Cuts and Swift Death, are additive with things like... where is it? This enchantment. They're in the same category as that. And this enchantment is in the same category as this all damage roll. This all damage roll will go up with chaos caps. So if you upgrade your amulet, your Stablo skills are doing less value for you. It's not diminishing returns, but diminishing value. Yes, they do, Jay Swifty, but what are you doing here? Yeah, you're just kind of saying unrelated things to the chat. You okay?
Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
I don't know. Okay, well, keep in mind that the chat is not for you alone to use as your diary. People trying to have conversations and stuff here. I appreciate it. I feel like I'm okay with gear being powerful, but I also feel like skills need to be important. Yes, which is why a careful touch is needed, keeping skill trees in a place where they feel valuable. Obviously, people recognize the value of Spell Shot tree, because it's a Spell Shot tree. But Sporewarden tree is looked at pretty favorably. Greyborn, Berserker, it's the Stabble and Claw ones. I would say both of those kind of could stand to have some things adjusted. Like, this being 8%, these two skills doing what they do, this having that cooldown, honestly, these having these cooldowns, like, why does the Firebolt have a 16-second cooldown, the Storm Breath has a 32-second cooldown, then the Wyvern's base attack of Fire Breath itself has a 21-second cooldown? That's a lot of cooldowns, a lot of conditionality. As Chaos Caps and Passes go up, Oath of Fire only gets more worth. That is true. Oath of Fire is one of those things that will scale up well, because it's a bonus element. It bases its damage off of the original source. So yes, Chaos Caps help bonus elements. What bonus elements do we have in Tree? Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder, Stain of the Soul, Enrage over on Berserker. That's a bonus element.
No, alright. Yes.
Spell Shot's got a couple bonus elements, with Imbued Weapon and Double Knot. So bonus elements scale up well. Stab on Gatos. My stomach is growling a lot. Should probably do something about that soon. Not yet, not yet. Give Stabo Feed a flat bonus. Honestly, I'm in support of that. Go and eat. I'll take a lunch break at some point soon. I'll take a lunch break. BL3 diminishing returns, Wonderland diminishing value, BL4 diminishing beat 6. Well, the thing in BL3 is people kind of misconstrued diminishing value as diminishing returns in some areas. Now, in some areas there were diminishing returns, namely Guardian rank passives. That was actual diminishing returns. One token would get you less value after a certain point, because, not because of the comparative value of the equation, but because it just gave you a smaller percentage. Yeah, that was a thing. But in terms of, people misstated Zane's gun damage thing as, oh, diminishing returns. No, that's diminishing value. Because 1% gun damage was still 1% gun damage. It was just in a pool with 2,000% gun damage, so it meant less. Whereas you put that 1% gun damage on Amara, whose maximum gun damage pool from skill tree is 100% instead of 2,000%, well, that's a lot different. That is the difference between those two things. I think the badass ranks in BL3 is better in this game. I agree, Swag. Guardian rank having a cap on how much each stat could give you, potentially, was an important thing. And also, even as someone who, I have over 6,000 hours in that game, I did not reach that cap, yet I was not having a ridiculous stat advantage over other players. There were people who had Guardian rank 600 who still had stats that were somewhat comparable to mine. The most I had was like 3 to 4% more in most stats than they did. Whereas you look at myth rank in this game, and 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%, like, someone could get to myth rank, you know, 500 and have a lot in these damage stats.
Let's see how you handle it.
if they chose to invest into them instead of things along the way. Hey, Home Data, how you doing? One Shot Bark? We did, Sora. We did. Never been against this, but I know I'm in the minority like Paragon ranks in D3. Paragon ranks in D3 took a lot longer to get to that really impactful point, and D3 also has the seasonal system, which gave lots of incentive for people to discard their Paragon rank and start anew to grind it again. Right, like there's things in place to make people just not use it. But there's nothing like that in this game. There's no toggle, there's no cap, there's no diminishing returns. It's just, hey, you want infinite damage? Okay. And there's people who, through various exploits and farming methods, have much higher myth rank than even I do. I have over 15 days played in this game, and my myth rank is 385. There's people running around at like myth rank 900 from doing certain things. And if you put all those stats in, you know, the damage clusters, well, that is also bigger than skill trees. Forgot that seasonal characters started fresh in Paragon, that's a good point. Yeah. I'd love to see a season format in one of these games eventually. I think a lands game could really pull off a seasonal system.
This world's no place for the weak.
How would you guys feel about that? Like, no leaderboards or anything, because, you know, people would cheat. But just, like, a seasonal thing. Why is Shroomy always so far behind? That's a byproduct of ground-based pets in land games. So they don't move very fast, their AI isn't very good, and they have pathing limitations. If you compare the Mushroom to the Wyvern, Wyvern just flies. So it bypasses a lot of that stuff. So Wyvern and Demilich are a lot better AI-wise than the Mushroom, because of the way they move. Like Diablo 3 Seasons? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Stormflare.
Piercing cold. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Can I make this? There's no way I move fast enough to get this, right? Oh no, I do. Cool. Myth rank in this game is just garden rank without a cap, no diminishing returns. Correct, Renegade. Correct. There's no perks, but instead you get infinite stats. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Myth rank. That's why I will be limiting myself to no more than 20 in the uncapped notes. Until a cap is implemented, but probably even after that.
Yes.
Or toggle, rather. I said cap. They'll never cap that. Try to season pass for BL3 could happen. Well, they didn't just try that, Virgil. They did 2 season passes in BL3. BL2 also had 2 seasons of content. It's just the second season didn't have a pass. So tried and succeeded. But they've also adopted a new live content model since the BL3 days. The current update structure of, you know, infrequent patches but frequent hotfixes, timed mini events and such. And they have a whole team devoted to post-launch content, a live team. So they absolutely have the infrastructure to do it. Really miss the manufacturer mills. That's such a nice quality of life. Yeah, I do miss that as well. It was a really good way of going for non-uniques you wanted, like getting good stage coaches and bang sticks and stuff in BL3 for your manufacturer mail. That was really nice.
Bells are up. Connors tapped out. See what I mean?
So I get my conjure spells? Yeah.
I see this.
That's the upper end of Crossblade's range. I wasn't sure those projectiles would even hit, to be honest. How make or break would you say the next patch is going to be for the game? It really is going to depend on... I can't speak for other people on that. So, like, I'm optimistic. As long as they do some UI fixes and some core things like the enchantment rerolling thing, as long as those are addressed sooner rather than later, I'm fine, because the core gameplay is something I enjoy. I'm a big fan of Chaos Chamber, so I'm fine playing that indefinitely as well. It's fine for me. But you might get a different take from other people. Any strategies for Chaos Chamber, Chaos 11? Take your time, Swifty. I would say take your time and gear up. Just don't rush. A lot of people will try to rush all the way to Chaos 20. You don't need to. You can get all of the same gear on Chaos 1 as you can on Chaos 19. And that stuff is all usable on Chaos 20. So take your time. If you're having trouble pushing up a Chaos level, just don't push up one. Go down one and farm more gear. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? Confirm no extra companions on my Spore Grave. So you did a Chaos Chamber run, and then without save quitting, did another Chaos Chamber run, looked up, and you did not have an extra mushroom? Well, thanks. Glad to hear it. 3 in a row? Interesting. What platform did you say you're on? Platform-specific bugs are indeed a thing in these games. Like, it is absolutely a thing. Console, PS4. PS4 specifically. So, funny story about PS4. In Borderlands 3, PlayStation 4 version of the game was the most consistently different in terms of mechanics just functioning differently. It's entirely possible if the bug doesn't happen there.
Now that's more like it.
For example, when the game was young, when BL3 was young, Moses' means of destruction skill only worked on like a couple grenades on PS4. So people were making grenade builds on Mose and creating content, and then PS4 players were being like, "Hey, bro, this doesn't fucking work." And those of us on the content creation side were like, "Nah, you're lying. You're just bad. You can't be right." But then we went and tested, and no, they were right. Borderlands 3 right now in 2022. The Woodblocker is a great example. The Woodblocker was given at some point in 2020 a crit damage buff. You can see on the card. It's a weapon card crit. That buff was lost on every platform except for PlayStation 4 in a hotfix migration issue. So, PlayStation 4 Woodblocker is stronger than other platform Woodblocker. So it's entirely possible that a bug like this could be platform specific, is the entire point.
Hammer of Don't do warning shots. Ready to cast. There's a spin.
Those are the chaos bosses for Chaos 19, been soloing all the way to 20. The last two bosses have been Real Rough to solo, Drill on 17, Nightmare on 18. Who is on 19? I don't actually remember. Does anyone know? It's Dragonlord? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. A bunch of Chaotic Banshees. That's weird. 1 Chaotic Banshee, 2 Chaotic Banshee, 3 Chaotic Banshees. Spellshot Greyboard, good combo? It is. Take that one. Let's liquid cooling on this boss. Yeah. Yeah, let's liquid cool on this boss.
Winter's blade. Knock you all down. Ready to bring the arcane pain? Yes, you. Can't sing spells no more.
I got a very bad angle here, so I'm gonna go down. See my mushroom to come save me. It's very far away. There it is. Still doing good damage though, so I don't really mind. Yep.
Falling ice! Still time to ride the other way. Piss off to the hereafter. Here comes the thunder!
Ouch. Hey Daddy Dad, how you doing?
Bring that one down.
Ooh, mistimed. Unfortunate. Mushroom, save me. I'm good, glad to hear it. Mushroom.
Not dead. A whole lot angrier. Can't wait to throw some spells.
Oh, that was bullshit, Bunny, and you know it. Bullshit. Mushroom! Nah, Mushroom got teleported too. Awkward. This game's harder than BL3? Yeah. But remember, launch difficulty. It might get harder, might get easier. Who knows? You know if the racks at Rogue scale with gun damage? They do not, I've been told, only star. You assemble Exodia? Yes. After about 60 fragment rune drops, I feel like there might be legitimate bugs regarding what parts it can roll. I managed to actually roll a Hydra one today, even spawn with extra Murph stock, still only a single-headed Hydra.
Cool your head.
It's just better damage? Oh, for the Hydras? It might be higher hit count as well. Might be more attack, like better attack frequency. Could be.
I feel a storm coming.
But yeah, I died to not playing in an intelligent manner on this run.
Well, settled,
There you
isn't
go.
it?
Only Maker's missing. Yeah, we haven't done the Maker one shot yet.
One boss. Good to see that's for you. Here's some shiny stuff. Go strap it up your butt.
Once I get a couple more great bows, we'll go for that Maker one shot. Now, the interesting thing is, so does Maker have an actual crit spot? Like, is her face her crit spot? Has anyone tested that? Like, I've not really bothered. I'll take this in case that gets buffed. Hey Press, how you doing? Feel like I have to be here to clip the Maker one shot for the full series. Volatile? You know, that's good. I'll take that. Heard she doesn't have one? Okay. Chaotic Kaokon. Yeah, no thank you. Thank you for testing. Ah, okay. Anyone else find themselves picking up random ass items in case they get buffed? It's a lands game tradition, Moveface. I've been doing that in every game. Or at least the modern ones. You know, where they actually buff things. Hey Worlds, how you doing? Good to see you. I already have Volatile. Get a +3 Wrath of Nature Smart Armor. For me, it would make it easier to attempt a one-shot. You mean, like... Oh, it's not on the safe. I do have one of those. I do have one of those. Problem is, Smart Armor is crit chance down. So it gives me a damage peak, but it does not give me damage consistency. That's what I'm worried about. If Maker doesn't have a crit spot, I don't want to use Smart Armor because it lowers my chances.
Ah, that's the good stuff.
What's this thing called a buff? Can I eat it? Yes. You can eat it, Rabbit, but you can't cook it because you can't cook and you should not be allowed to prepare food for anyone ever. Drinks? Yes, you're good at that.
Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
I made the same joke. Guess it'd be best to use a Diamond Gauntlet. Diamond Gauntlet does sound like a good play, Swag. Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. Let's see, do I have any I can just peep at? Okay, here's a Diamond Gauntlet. Standing still, 50% increased crit chance, dark magic efficiency, and it rolls a random element. This one happened to be dark magic. So I suppose I'd want one with lightning damage. There's also, you know, Paradigm, Spore Fuse. Because my Shock Great Bow, my Lightning Great Bow has Spore Fuse. So I could just Paradigm to buff that. We'll just figure it out. It plays a very loud soundbite. Discover putting mashed potatoes in a deep fat fryer doesn't work. Yeah. 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 Okay. So we've got fire covered. We've got cryo covered. Do we have a poison one? That is a poison one. We have shock. Do we go for it, chat? Is it time? Is it time to try the Maker one? We're gonna try Maker first. I feel like it's time.
Come on. Have
Skeep. Hey, Asa, how you doing? Makers go. Alright. I've not even attempted this. I have no idea how much damage it's going to do. Now, we know I have an estimate of the health value of the Maker, and I think that damage value is possible. Now, I don't know if this multi-class, I don't know if this setup can do that, but I'm excited to try. Science was cooking is fun? Yes, it is. Two of my favorite things.
Yinbeg, got that going for you. I've got all the magic I need.
You stick your companions on the Dragon Lord statue, the mobs will aggro them, you can shoot them all in the same spot. But then they would have to not kill it.
Let's see how you handle it.
Circus saves level 39 currently, farming the last bit of XP, then I can start experimenting. Let's go. You go after your companions instead? Yeah, but like, you'd have to stand there waiting, still. Like, is that faster? Because you'd have to not kill the Dragon Lord statue, and killing the Dragon Lord statue gives you a lot of progression towards the room. Oh, yeah, this is the mushroom companion thing I'm talking about. See, I have 4 up there, because I've done 4 runs without save quitting. That's that bug. Now, I'm not a Graveborn, so it's not giving me anything right now. I don't have Faithful Thralls, so I'm not affected by that. Hasn't happened to you? Yeah, it might not happen on that platform. Interesting.
Ice bite.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a second look at that. Wasn't sure if it was good or not. It's not.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Mushroom Heaven got a few more angels today. Sorry, angles today. Not encountered that bug at all on console? Interesting. Had the bug on PS5? Fun guys, hive mind. How did I miss that? That was fun. Gaming. Hey, Snowspawn, how you doing? Oh, we got the bark one shot, Snowspawn. Well, we're going for Maker on this run. I've not attempted the Maker one shot before. I'm not optimistic about this first attempt. But I'm excited to try. number that popped up? I don't know. You can check the clip to see, try to decipher it. I didn't look. Keep getting these Save the Butt Stallion statue level and enemies short. We can get over there. Yeah, certain enemy types just do not play well with that. Can I grab this one? No. Actually, I want that delay bonus because that is better amp uptime. It gives me more do-overs if I should miss. Future-proofing. Wyverns crush it super fast. Yeah, also the cloud ones. Whatever those are called. Hey Stump, how you doing? Happy hump day, may your humps be fruitful or fruitless or whatever you're shooting for. Yes. I hope your humps go how you want them to. Like the blimp guys, I feel bad killing them. They are kind of weirdly cute, aren't they? Fuck it. It's a proof of concept. I don't mind spending crystals on that. Nice one shot. Stubbed its toe so hard it fucking died. Blooms and bloops? That sounds right. Got a plus 1600 radius ice spike that makes me flinch when it comes towards me. It's actually terrifying. So I've seen big radius increases like that, and like I don't know if it's actually working that way because this one has plus 14,000%, and like it's not like I can still miss. See, that didn't hit. So like I think that's just a visual display thing. Like that missed.
Let's get blasting and blasting.
Good stats on that amnesia. All damage, gun crit chance, gun damage. Hello? Yes.
See what happens?
Like I've seen a Hydra with like plus 10,000% radius and noticed no difference. Does it actually have a radius? Yes. Spore Fuse double dip anything? Yes, yes. Spore Fuse can also lead to triple dipping with certain interactions. I feel like it's 14,000% increase from the base Ice Spike, which is pretty dang tiny. I think it just denotes that impaling versus normal. That's a good point, Aaron. Yeah, the regular Ice Spike, the projectile one, not the instant one, those are tiny. They're like this big. So yeah, 14,000% of that, that would make sense. I was hoping for UI fixes tomorrow. Split screen with the wife's an absolute nightmare. Yeah, hopefully they iron that out for you, Roddy. Is build using the claw ability damage to proc Wrath? Yes. Using Blast of its Favor, the AoE from Storm Dragon's Judgment, and Rebuke, 10 out of 5 Rebuke, nice, to proc Wrath. But that's just one thing that's happening here, honestly. This is mostly just because I like Clawbringer, and I like playing Clawbringer. So it's a Clawbringer build. This was formerly a Claw primary, what was my secondary before? It wasn't Spell Shot. It was, something else. Oh, I'm stuck. But after the awe change, I revisited the setup a little bit, experimented with some things, and settled on Spore Warden as my secondary. It was Graveborn before. That's what it was. It was Claw Grave before, and I decided I wanted to experiment with more damage, and Spore lent itself perfectly to that. Two extra charges on a magic barrage. That's why the cooldown's so long. How does this cast?
Magic barrage!
It's a lot of spam. Keep that. For sure, hammer throws to completely control the action skill and chance of the best. Yeah, and also you've got things like using the hammer throw for a universal soldier is really nice, especially because I use a lot of sniper rifles, and it allows me to bypass the reload animations. Wildfire, Deadshot, Trap Scallion are my favorite builds so far. Nice, Tom Nasty. Wildfire has been very enjoyable for me. Deadshot is something that, I don't know, I'm too much of a contrarian. I just don't find myself playing Deadshot often, because it's one of those things that pre-launch everyone's like, oh yeah, this is going to be great. I'm like, yeah, of course it is. I like being different. But it's definitely effective. Trap Scallion is one of those things where... So, it's come up a few times in the stream, but Stabomancer is just kind of a placebo in terms of, unless you are building around specifically from the Shadows or Alchemical Agent, Stabo doesn't help you. That said, those two things are extremely powerful. You could argue that they are worth the entire class. Chaos Chamber counts as a dungeon? It does. It does, Atris. How you doing? Which two did you say? I said From the Shadows, action skill, and Alchemical Agent skill. Those are the, like, real sources of power from Stabomancer. Exploit their weakness is a good skill, but I wouldn't consider it as defining as those two. Even if they fix the Flame Hammer, I'm probably still going to use Storm Hammer. Yeah. Storm Dragon's Judgment is just too cool. It's cool, it's got good damage, good utility applications. Like, it's just a well-designed action skill. I like Storm Dragon's Judgment a lot. So your skill tree after the run. I'm busy playing the game right now, Swifty. I've shown my skill tree a couple times so far today. I miss EchoCast. Can't wait for the Boston DLC. Yeah, I'm excited for that too. Executioner and whatever burst spell is called. I'll call it. Oh, what's that called? Chillmonger, right? Yeah, that's Chillmonger. What is Sniper?
More meat for the grinder. Ready to bring the arcane pain!
I ADS. That was my mistake. That was my error.
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya? Give a shot, Quack.
Oh yeah, look at those orbs going ham. I'll finish her with Crossblade. Bagels on point this morning. What'd y'all have for breakfast? I didn't have anything. I should've. Chillmonger's my main right now. Main action skill is Double Spells, Arcane Bolt in one, Extinction Calamity other. Sounds fun. We'll take that actually. Just the Wyvern was better. The Wyvern slaps though, Mizu-san. It's actually really, really good. Wyvern does some good damage. It's one of the things about Claw that I think doesn't need addressing. But if you had something that was like Echo Cast, you had to kind of enter your own gear. It'd be better. It'd be better than what's here now, which is nothing. If I know it needs to be better, it's the Shroom. Yeah. Did you do the right attack yet? No? Oh.
I'll give you a good old. Piercing cold. I hear the storm coming.
There we go. Oh, you're doing this. Hey, fuck you too.
Energy's empty. Well, you can tell him looks like magic's back on the
A little ugly, but we got it. Full battery, lightning strike is pretty strong. It falls off compared to other things in that slot.
Monster butts!
It's kind of there to revive you, not much else. The taunt is good. It's just he's not much use out of utility stuff. It's the flag pet problem again. I'll just see a level that's a tribute to a classic D&D module like the Temple of Elemental Evil or Ravenloft. That'd be cool. The people at Gearbox are very well versed in nerd culture, so I'm sure it's on their radar. Seems like there's a large gap in my knowledge of Shields at Endgame. Are you a an acolyte at the Church of Body Rune?
Tastes like green butt wax.
Wow, that missed. I'm disappointed in myself, not gonna lie. That was just kind of shit. I missed my hammer throw. So we didn't get Wrath of Nature for that one cycle. Unfortunate. I'm gonna have to switch to Barrage for the Maker anyway. I should switch to Barrage now. Okay. Bark now. How are we gonna bully Bark? Sawmill? Any reason to leave the hammer out? The hammer AoE does ability damage. So, because I didn't leave the hammer out, it didn't do Wrath of Nature. So, yeah, I should have done that. Thinking. Well, Drill's Fury. I'm a little worried about my sniper ammo, but as long as I keep some.
You get triple teamed by monsters! That one in particular.
Oh, hello! This is my monster. I named him Bark. Now he's gonna eat your face!
Cool your head.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so.
I should have killed that. Should have killed that. Alright, Mushroom. I need you.
This world's no place for the weak. Focus on that one.
How did that miss? I'm bad. That's how. Oh well, crossblade. Bark's awkward when you're trying to withhold stuff for the Maker.
Guess you ain't as bad as you smell. Spells are up.
Oh no, I don't have a nap time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite!
Come on, Mushroom. You got me. Don't go down. I believe in you.
Witch and flame. It begins.
What a sweet Viva is toast!
That's fine. Bark is just a dick. I'm kinda just not playing his mechanics right now. Every time Bark has hit me so far has been my own fault. I just don't care enough to change that, because I'm thinking about this Maker one-shot. I need enough sniper ammo that I can afford like 2 attempts. I'm gonna want to have my amp, which means I might want to wear a Harbinger. Maybe.
Unleash hell.
Okay, we don't need Body Rune right now. We need the amp. Switch from this to this. Those are fine. Go with the Paradigm. Yeah, we'll go with the Paradigm. It's got more Wrath of Nature. The ability damage will help Spore Fuse. Different enchant here. No. Stick with that. Best gun in the game, not post nerf. I'm struggling. There's no such thing as best gun in the game, Lemon Pepper Chicken. That's not how these games work. Best is always subjective and situational. Gluttony is a good gun. Alright, I'm not optimistic about this. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. I don't have my amp hilt. Can I melee her?
Steal my vote. Don't bring me snacks. You're rude. Prepare to meet your maker.
Can I melee you? No, I need to melee a bunny.
These are his cousins from out of state.
Okay.
Trouble.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We need a crit spot. Or we need to crit. Alright, let's try a different bow. Where's your health bar? There it is. And we get amp hilt from there.
Let fly.
Wrath of Nature. Chance. What was that number that popped up? Anyone catch that number? That'll help us reverse engineer this. What would you recommend as a good gun build? You got a lot of wiggle room in that category, King. Could you give me some more specifics? Clipping? Thank you, Control. We gotta reverse engineer that damage number. Let's just do the Maker Kill normally, and then we'll revisit this. White Rider. Yeah, use White Rider here. And switch back to that. I did need the Spellblade equipped for that, but that didn't really affect the damage. Switch back to that. Thank you. Okay, that was 488k. With, that was the Frost one, 488k. That was a non-crit for 488k. So we get that to crit. We get that the appropriate element. We actually get a Spore Fuse on that. That's a few million. Yeah. Dump all your hero points into action skill cooldown? No, Moveface. Storm Dragon's Judgment, if you retract it immediately, is a 5-second cooldown with no investment. Oh, rude. Bunnies! Stop it! Using Curse Wit? No. Keeping a Curse Wit broken on this multi-class combo and also being in range would be very awkward. Using a triple amp shield. Curse Wit might be used eventually, but I want to try with the amp shield right now. Also, another thing to note with that 488k is I don't know how many pellets that is, because it does combine simultaneous instances of damage. Okay, thank you for clearing that. So that could have been only like 2 pellets. Shaking the apple, shaking the balls. You okay?
Ice bite. Knock you all down.
How'd that miss? Fuck off.
Out of spell slots.
Let's just
Looking for a build doesn't rely on pets, Buffmeister melee debuffs. Let's say when you use a Black Powder Shotgun would be Chaos 20 viable. You got lots of choices there, friend. Currently the gun build I'm using doesn't rely on any of those things. Spore Warden down to Capstone, Clawbringer down to Tier 4 stuff. And I use lots of different guns. For example, this Crossblade is a Black Powder Shotgun. Can use it to great effect. Oh, that's rude. Ow. It's gonna kill the mushroom, isn't it?
Saved by a mushroom. I don't believe him.
No, don't revive me. I'm already up. I hate when it does this. Because that hurts you. Yeah, trying to avoid that. Fully mapped out how the reflects work yet. Those are indiscriminate or eraser in terms of damage. Why would reflects work anything like eraser? It's no small.
I'd give it all for a little more. Let's get
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
blasting.
Spore Capstone? It's indiscriminate, that can happen again. So, oh, 20? Yeah, I deserve that. Come on, mushroom. There you go, buddy.
pretend you are.
Energy sapped.
How many characters did I have? Too many. Too many. In terms of characters I've leveled, 3 or 4. In terms of, you know, distinct characters I play, many more than that.
Rough dagger.
No, stop it. Ah, that melee lunge. You just yes the build mid-maker fight? What are you doing, my guy? How many are level 40? Many. Yeah, this isn't the kind of game where you can, like, flex max level characters, because, one, people share saves, and two, it just kind of doesn't mean anything.
Regular spell.
Spell slots are ready.
Wait, the hammer hits them? That's funny. I should do that more. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Your rolls have been kind of shit this run, Maker. Oh, and she gets a 19 right after I say that. Cool. Your method of leveling all to 40, play the story, and then use overworld stuff to get the rest of the levels. You have to go through the story to unlock the Chaos Chamber. You have to go through the story to unlock all your gear slots. There's no point to doing anything other than do the story, and then any quests that you want the rewards to appear in your vendor pools, do those. Finish out your overworld shrines.
That's the good stuff.
Just do all that stuff.
I'm blood back.
Ah, she's dead. Cool. Super struggling with Chaos 17 Drill. Any gear recommendations for a Hammer Zerker? Not sure what to look for. Gluttony is a good one. Sawmill. Sawmill is a really good boss DPS weapon. So go for a Sawmill if you can get one. They can roll times 2, times 3, or times 4. They can roll in any element. And the mag size can be anywhere from like 15 to 22. 32 minutes on a Sciencey Maker run. So we learned stuff that run. We learned that we need a Spore Fuse if we're going to try that one-shot on the Maker. We definitely need a Spore Fuse trigger, which means this is going to be hell to actually go for. I'm going to need like a full inventory of Great Bows with... Well, that's a good start. Of shock Great Bows with Spore Fuse on them. You okay in the first phase? Can't get the shield down in a second? That is the check. Fuck you, streamer. Listen, it's not chaotic or anything. All the meme choices are fun. Bread Slicer, that launcher shoots giant anchors, Great Wig spell. Yeah, they're pretty cool. The Tooth Sniper, that thing still makes my skin crawl. Hoping they add more levels, they also opt to do a bit more like Greater Rifts, in the sense that it goes up either 2 or 3 per level, gives you a choice to go more after success, not just jump up to max right away. I personally highly doubt that would happen, Swin. Highly doubt it. But you never know. Skeet prod gimmick. Arcing electricity between enemies you've shot. Cool. I mean, it's dark magic, but it's still a chaotic great bow. So we take those. Ooh, that's a chaotic sawmill. We take those too. Okay, so that Maker one-shot. Anything we could do skill tree-wise to get more? Not particularly. Now, more Awe, assuming we get that crit, would be more beneficial than having play the angles. Like, if we went 2 Wrath and... 2 Wrath, Headhunter... Could probably get 1 Awe. But I already have Awe, but I wouldn't have Awe at all with that other armor on. That's the thing. Yeah, putting on the other armor, I don't have awe. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to revisit that one. Yeah, I gotta work on the theory of the Maker one-shot here, but this was good. This defeat is actually useful information.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Fusion Rogue.
Thanks for all the help between BL3 and this game.
Hey, it's my pleasure. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your continued support. The 4 months with the 2 streak and for using the monthly Prime on me. Does mean the world. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Haven't used the auto magic on this build. We can roll an enchant on that, have some fun with that. See how that does. Aimed outside skill, not worth it with snipers. You can't use your action skill or your spell for that entire 10 seconds, Moveface. So, like, that... You're choosing between that and enchants. See, I could get 30% by pressing one button, or I could sit there ADS for... like... It's just gun damage. Now, it's up to 3 points, so what, you get 5.4% per second. 54% gun damage after ADSing for 10 seconds might sound good, but, like, I could get 30 by pressing my spell once, and then, I don't have that other enchant. There's an action skill one that's 40% for 10 seconds after using action skill, so... Kind of like, oh, okay. So cool you can roll an enchant on a weapon that doesn't have one. Yeah, that is nice. Definitely agree there. No. This is a good enchant. I don't want to pass this up. But, oh well. I'll have to create my second character, have fun. Take it easy, Emily. You have a good one. Demon Spore Warden, let's go. It's a good background for Gravebringer. Village Idiot is just going to be your damage option for all builds. It's just like the move. Let's do a normal one. The link damage formula thing. Is that the command? Might be that. It's one of those. Nightbot, you awake? There it is. Pain rolling off the Grave Run chant. I know, Control. I know. Well, thanks. You're very welcome. I definitely want mag size increases with the amount of fire rate I have here. I have so much fire rate and I have no reload speed. I think it's hard, but the actual DPS because of the reload frequency is not it. Yeah, there's so much happening every time I reload. I can grab reload speed on a ring though. And this thing does do a lot of damage. I could just try to upkeep with Universal Soldier, which is doable. Double checking, does Oath of Fire double dip things? No. No, bonus elements do not double dip unless you were Ties That Bind.
I'd give it all for a little more.
Ties That Bind did weird shit with certain damage source things. But other than that, bonus elements don't do that. Another Dragonlord statue. Alright, I'm gonna favorite this auto magic, and we're gonna put it away for now, because I don't have appropriate stats. And that's a thing that I want people to recognize for this game. Auto magic is a good gun. It's objectively a good gun that performs well. But it's not suited to my current build. The element suited to it. But overcoming this reload time, I don't currently have the setup for that. So that doesn't mean bad gun, it means not for my current build. That's a nuanced area that I want more people to try to operate in, if we can get the community to that point. What do I throw in this slot in the meantime? Live wire? Live wire. And we'll liquid cool it. Like in this setup, because of the mechanics of my build, liquid cooling out DPS's auto magic. Yes, liquid cooling, the item that people are claiming is unusable. Still better than things. Nerf now got it? Yeah, understandable. Why is the gun so bad? Did someone say damage? Yes. So right now, if you get bonus skill points, it doesn't visually show up in the tree unless you already had points in it. You think they'll change it to show the bonus points? Hopefully, I just kind of filed that mentally under assorted UI issues. If we're being honest, there's a lot of those. Three Dragonlord statue rooms in a row. If I was speedrunning, I'd be so happy. That's such a nice thing to see in a speedrun.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. I see it.
Didn't realize about stat 1 buffs gives you skill points. Kept checking the buff bar on the cast menu, saw nothing. Yeah, it is increases to your skills. Now, it can be confusing in some cases. Like, there's at least one skill that the tooltip it shows you when it buffs it is not the name of the skill. So, Spore Warden's Headhunter will show as Boom Headshot when you get a butt stallion increase to it. For whatever reason. Where'd the thing go? I wasn't paying attention. Honestly, it's just glue. I don't care that much. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, it's this map. Alright, I know where I am.
I do love my stuff.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. The wyvern flapping really is loud, isn't it? We'll elite this. Oh, so I wanted to ask you guys, guns that you think are still underrated, underappreciated. I know I ask this kind of thing often, but you never know when people find something new. And I'm always open to try new weapons out. I've been seeing a lot of love for the rogue imp lately. That's a good one. I still want to get better quad bows. I'm seeing a lot of skepticism of the quad bow, and I really want to like that gun. Game, you okay? Oh, game not okay. Yes, I'm killing ads for crystals. Manual transmission? Really? Just as you said, same like the quad bow. Was it any good, Asa? One more ads. Thank you for the crystals, King Archer. Was classified as a good quad bow. Preferably just their damage crossbolts, not the melee damage ones. Chaotic or volatile, elemental rolled of some kind. Spell and melee increased by ability. Okay. White Rider, see live wire come up all the time, prefer White Rider in most situations. Yeah, me too. They're both good guns. But I do tend to lean towards the White Rider. Dark magic. Question, do the melee crossbolts from things like the quad bow or things like clawhammer? Should. Simple enough test, though. Something to note with crossbolts, though, is that there is a cap to the number you can place. Kind of a low cap.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
Melee damage bolts? I'm using a melee bolt one on my Dreadwind build. Currently. I'm liking it there, but I want to expand to gun use of quad bow, you know? Black powder mashers? Yeah, Daniel, those are good. Those are definitely slept on. Especially the rifle ones. Honestly, because the only Torg legendary pistol is the message. I've been using non-uniques. Still at C20 though. Yeah, the Luddites are extremely good. Cheese uses the head cannon a lot, the quest reward Torg pistol. And that's actually quite good. Too bad it can't be enchanted. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Good chance, I'll take that.
I'll make a nice payday out of
But there's plenty of items I like using that can't be enchanted. For example, this used antique great bow cannot be enchanted, but like, it's still good. Anima's fun to use? Yes, Thunder Anima's sick. Headcannon reminds me of the Moonfire, which I didn't care too much for. I want Splash, lots of Splash. The Headcannon's effect is Splash, Robot. You hit a crit with the Headcannon, it does splash damage. So, there you go. It is the exact thing you just asked for. Not sure if it's underrated, but I have a Frost Nightshade. Yeah, Nightshade is a very popular choice. But it's definitely very, very good. I like that non-uniques are in this place where there's lots of good non-unique options. I wish people wouldn't conflate that with legendaries aren't good. It's like, no, it's all good. There's a difference. Because in one breath you'll see the complaint, oh, well, these non-uniques are better than my legendaries. Like, no, you didn't build around your legendaries. And also, like, situationally, yes, that's how items work. But then you'll see requests for buffs to legendaries, and then if people got those buffs, they'd be like, man, these legendaries are so much better than these non-uniques, you should buff those too. Like, wait, hang on, but you just... Should I go for Hyperion times 4 SMG or Doll? The Hyperion, the Hyperius ones have higher damage than the Dahlia ones for lower fire rate. So, which do you value more? Damage or fire rate? Fuck it.
Can't run from the storm!
LeChance.
There's a chin in the air!
LeChance, you're moving too much. A lot of uniques that are enchantable. Yeah, it's like 50-50 roughly. Ones that can and ones that can't be. Ooh, that is a new cosmetic. Give me that. I haven't actually used the Carouser much. Do that. Quite enjoy purple Skulldugger ARs. I have to give those more of a look-see. I really liked purple COVs in BL3, so. Hey UV, how you doing? I'm gonna go by. Take it easy, sorry. You have a good one. Like the ones with the bow barrels, I think they're called hooligans. Hooligans. I'll keep an eye out. They can go up to times 3, times 4. my sword in this. Whoopsie. Just reminded me I wanted to try something. Will this charge up in time? Might not. Let's see if I can force that. Let's see if I can force that to happen. Yeah, that'll work. Was that what I was wearing? No, it's this one.
Piercing cold.
Funny. I just like messing around with various Great Bow stuff, seeing how far you can push them. Like ×2 feels the best damage versus ammo use. Cool. Just got a cat, a Great Bow. Is it good? Yes, Great Bow is good. You know the release time of DLC? I don't know the time release UV. Do not know. Traditionally, DLCs have come out around hotfix time for BO3 at least. So maybe then. Mushroom Heaven. Scarlet Claw with skills, it's not really trying. Passes aren't trying either. That's sad. I need more snipers. Let's do next run on the big ammo sawmill setup, I think.
Finally learned how to read.
More sawmills. I need better ×2s. Okay, this is weirdly good luck. At least this time us Epic users won't be jealous of Steam updates always released before. Yeah, true. True. Okay, the luck wore out. Never mind. I have room for this. I don't need that trick mirror that bad. A lot of spellblades on me as well. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I want to grab another SDU on this character, and then we'll switch and do some big ammo sawmill stuff on another save.
Ready to cast.
Check vendors first. Vendors first. See, the vendors know that I'm about to go try to spend money, so they're gonna show me things that I want, so that I can't spend money, right? That's how this goes? Can a Great Bow damage? Yeah, an antique Great Bow can one-shot gloop if you build for it. I don't think the element really matters there. You might need a better setup if you're not element matching, but yeah, should be able to.
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya?
It's like a triple ice spike. Which bars loop again, Bone? Yes. And hey, Dex. Thank you so much for the 17 months with the 16 streak. Alert will happen eventually, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Support really does mean the world. Thank you.
You know I'm feeling bothered.
Okay. There we go. Next one is 7.6 mil. Out later. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. I'm used to late alerts by now. Yo, same. It's so scuffed. Stream Elements, your alert system is trash for some people for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's hardware based. Alright. Other save. Let's do big ammo sawmill stuff. And while that loads in, I will, actually, I'll let you guys look at an item card. Look at this. This ammo regen is great, and this shield is beautiful. You can look at this while I go a little streamer's room. How long does it take to get to endgame in this one? Not terribly long, the Pulsar. You just complete the story, and then it unlocks the Chaos Chamber for you. Playthrough is shorter than BL3. You could rush it in a casual playthrough. I don't know, take you maybe like 8 hours or something. If you do no side stuff whatsoever and have no game knowledge, maybe like 8 hours. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, feeling a little, bleh. Let's step away for a moment. Did I have to make it one shot? No. So we gotta do some science to figure out crit consistency there. Honestly, like, this is one of those situations where From the Shadows might be very, very helpful. But I don't have the multi-class combination for that. I do like Stabo Spore, maybe, for that optimally. But I want to still try to do it on Claw Spore. Because there are situations where one class exceeds another. And there's situations where there's damage options that can be used that aren't. So, I just got to customize for that particular encounter, is all. I didn't get Bark on the first attempt. I'm not surprised I didn't get Maker on the first attempt either. In fact, I was expecting it to go exactly as it did, where it was just like... But we did manage to see a damage number. And that does give me some hope. Maker doesn't have that much HP. It's a lot, but it's not insurmountable. Okay, so I started using a different amulet on this save for the double rolled mag size on a volatile. The Berserker power does nothing for me, but that's just what I happen to have here. We got mag size over here, mag size over here. I could get more mag size on these rings. 1 second. Robocalls.
Come on, have some fun.
It's a feature run. Wanna help? I don't really need the help, Swifty. No. Just enjoy. So our head isn't a crit. I've had conflicting answers on that. Also, hitting her head, yeah, good luck. So this is a build concept that is a great example of something that scales up very well with gear. We're using a sawmill as our primary weapon here, and that's something that requires a lot of ammo regen and a lot of mag size. Now we bottomed out our ammo here, but we're going to just take a little bit of damage. I took too much. To turn on our last gasp shield's ammo regen. Reward, excuse me. And now we can sustain this sawmill as our primary weapon as we run around. Ammo regen is percentage of your mag size, so the more mag size you have, the stronger your ammo regen is. Spore Ward can get 3% in tree, Last Gasp Ward gives you 10% while it's broken. So we combine those and stack as much mag size as possible. Using Spore Wardens play the angles the same way I do in my Clawbringer setup, because it's effectively more ammo efficiency. It allows you to use a single target gun in mobbing and perform well with it. Ugh, dying. Don't recommend it.
It's your funeral.
It's my crit chance on that setup. It's not high. The gun crit chance is something like 10%. Me. Thank you. We gotta take hits intentionally when we get back up to get our ammo regen to turn back on. But it's worth it, because then we could just big ammo everything down.
Every single one of these is indispensable.
Love God, man, just grab a Torah rifle and shoot your feet like a normal person. Shield's good, it ain't worth dying for. No, it's... I like doing it this way. I could always stand in traps or in fire or something. I have a Queen's Cry underbarrel that I do use for self-damage, sometimes. I think the AI in that one was broken. One downfall body rune, I could see you ended up making a plus, the recharge delay. Yeah, body rune recharge is super slow, so you can run a mood ring. Do I have any mood rings? Yes, a mood ring. While ward's not full, effects increased by 100%. Run that with a body rune. As long as you even infrequently take damage, your ward's not going to be full ever. Now, a big thing with the setup I don't have is I don't have Spore Fuse on any of my sawmills. I tried to correct that, but rerolling is... So there's a lot of damage being left on the table here. Still performs very well. Cat, you good, homie? Jake. lap? Alright. He's a good boy. He's now on my earbuds, but he's too cute. Hey, Felson, how you doing? Cat. I can't. Cat, you killed the fire sprite. No, you didn't. I did. I'm just gonna blame you because it's convenient. Okay, there we go. Good boy, Jakers. Kevin seems very happy. Where's Kevin? Kevin is right behind my chair. Jake is in my lap right now. Had to leave for a bit, you end up getting the Maker one-shot. We did not get the Maker one-shot press. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board with that, but it's a good thing. The ultimate boss of the game requiring a little bit more thought and effort to one-shot, I think that's a good thing. We just gotta figure out how we can crit her consistently without losing too much elsewhere. That's the current hurdle. Because on a non-crit, I was hitting almost 500k without matching elements. And that's on intense difficulty, so I could get up to a mil on a crit with the appropriate one. Or on a non-crit, excuse me. And then I would need to crit and have a Spore Fuse trigger. Also, we're not sure how many projectiles that 470 whatever K was. Could have been 1, could have been 7. Hard to tell. So I've got to reverse engineer some numbers. Standing still, lightning damage. Good, but not with those skills, but like, I'll take it anyway, because, yeah. Jaeger's like 24 mil. I thought it was 35. But I could be misremembering. It's well into the double digits millions, yes. Which is why Spore Fuse is going to be necessary.
This should be interesting.
Or legendary companion spell? No. DLC tomorrow? Yeah, JJ Randy. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it for sure.
I am not so easily bested.
Come on. Oh, wow, you don't do any damage. We'll just stay here. There we go. Was that toxic? Just standing in that to break my ward while killing all the enemies? On this Friday? Tomorrow is the 21st, and the release date is listed as the 21st, so.
Frost dagger. They know I love light.
On spell TNT. No. No. dedicated non-elemental Torg of an ammo type I never use, specifically for not killing myself with Curse Wit. Thus far, I found a ×3 rifle to be the best for the job. Yeah, non-ele would be ideal for this. I'm just kind of making do with Queen's Cry at the moment, which can sometimes place a dot. But we lucked out this time.
Such a grand ass.
Hey Vari, how you doing? Really stoked for balance changes tomorrow. Kind of bored of the chugging meta. Every other build on YouTube is just chug this, chug that. So I love you and Lazy, and I'm happy to provide a little spice. And yeah, of course Lazy's out there doing the same. I like just being different. We got a dot on that one. That hurt a lot. But we're alive. Where'd that dot come from? I made Mayhem Water with my Play the Angles? Alright. Cool. Oops. That's fine.
There's a chill in the air. Take heart and fight on. Magic stride.
There we go. It's funny enough, Storm Smite isn't the only self-hurting capstone. Pain. So in a conversation on Discord the other day, a dude kept saying, why do you use this? Use Fear Knots instead, so much more damage. And I'm like, dude, maybe I want to aim and shoot instead of mindlessly mashing buttons. Yeah, like, the Pixies thing, if you enjoy that, that's on you. Like, if that's how you like to play the game, more power to you. I hope you enjoy yourself using Pixies that play the game for you. But ultimately, I want to have a more active role in my own, you know, gameplay. So that's why I don't use things like that. And, there's this weird category of gamer that forces their way on others instead of advocating for options. I can never relate to that. I've been planning a Krieg build with Grave and Reaper since launch with Lawns. Seen your Grave build yesterday was similar to what I've been thinking about. Can I ask a few questions? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Gwen. Absolutely.
Oh, you messed up.
I see death. How did they fall? I cost no more. Suffer my ball fight.
Sandstorm just insta-downs me. Yeah, that's about right. This build has no healing currently. I still need to sort that out.
Those weeks to get this going.
But the damage is definitely here. Oh, this is visual? Okay, I guess that doesn't actually hurt you. That's interesting. Universal Soldier Ghostblade so far is really fun, but goodbye ammo. Yeah. You builds on YouTube or a build doc for this game? Not yet, Dogman. Not yet. Community build doc is something that's going to take more time. The game is still very much in flux. We've not had a patch yet. And there's a lot of outstanding bugs and things that haven't been understood yet, so build doc is going to be a while. As for my own personal content in terms of putting out build videos, I've not done that yet. Limited time and energy, and I want to put out content with more longevity, so I'm working on understanding the game and stuff first. But I'm still happy to answer any questions, of course. Honestly, I didn't realize Universal Soldier pulled from your ammo reserves, although now I realize the alternative would have been broken as fuck. Yeah, if it would have been free ammo, that would have been crazy. Hey, quad bow. Non-elemental and not chaotic, though. Still need more snipers. I want to start hitting the Assault Rifle Bunny for more quad bows, but times DLC drop? I don't know. I assume the same time DLCs for BL3 drop would be my guess, but I do not know. So Elden Ring's patch notes are massive. I don't play, I was like, holy hell, they changed a lot. Wonder how that changed the speedrun. Yeah, I didn't take a look. I meant to, but I never did. The thing with speedruns of Souls games, though, Dex, is they usually just down patch if the speedrun changes too much. So instead of Stabbo secondary, I was going to use Burr. Is that going to have any negative interactions with Reaper and Selective Amnesia? I was thinking about leaning into area damage weapons since that skill rolls on a class combo. Any suggestions on area damage besides Luddite and Taurus shotguns? So the thing with Berserker Selective Amnesia is that the Enrage Cryo will apply to the self-damage. That's a 22 mag times 2 sawmill. That is good. Yes, please. Yas. I can fall asleep watching Street Fighter V tournaments. Gonna leave stream on the background. Thanks, Love to Smooch. I appreciate it. I hope you get some good rest. I appreciate your support, as always. Self-freeze myself. You will slow yourself, yes. In terms of area damage stuff, besides Luddites and Torque shotguns, Fury Lightning bolts. Yeah, Fury Lightning bolt pistols. What happens when you look at the Chaos page in your menu? I heard say something about doubles. So, if you're in the Chaos Chamber and you click on the Chaos Chamber tab, and you click on a different tab, every time you do this, it doubles up the list of curses you have to the point where it could eventually lag and crash the game. Look at that 48 mag, that's pretty. It'd be real cool if we got Spore Fuse, wouldn't it, right? Like that'd be crazy. It'd be crazy if the game gave us Spore Fuse. Like that never happened though, right? Like it never happened, game. Game. What if you were just like really silly right now and gave me Spore Fuse? That'd be so silly. It didn't happen. It didn't work. Oh, we still got a new gun to try out. Des paid close attention to good feedback towards super requests. For the most part, yeah. That's what I've heard about the Elden Ring notes. Oops, forgot this bit. Oops, too much.
I lack the ability.
You should regen a lot of ammo when you go down in the setup.
Stem the tide of steel. Dust the broadhead.
That is fast regen. Hello?
Chew on this.
Ah, yes, the dot.
Let's see how you handle it.
Attention away.
I think our notes would be as large as we get hotfixes quite regularly. Yeah. But, never know. It is the first major patch of the game, whenever that should happen, so... hopefully be pretty juicy. BL3 had a big first patch.
Back in business. Toss the breath. Healing to be had.
Or for class mods, the most annoying thing. Yeah, there's a lot of variance to what you can get. There's a pretty big chunk of the community that downplays the issue that it's not about getting a drop, it's about getting the correct drop. So there's a constant communication error among the community, and like, you know, that's the kind of thing that higher drop rates are designed to counter, but people who don't farm for specific things are just like numb to that and don't really care. If we play offline, will the liquid cooling nerf affect on console? The liquid cooling adjustment was done via a hotfix, so if you are unable to have an internet connection and you connect to the game, you will not get any hotfixes. I wouldn't recommend playing offline to bypass it, because you're just going to extend the period of time that the issue affects you, Mantle Dad, because like what's going to happen is eventually hotfixes do get patched in. So if you continue to use something that was adjusted for being too much of a crutch, then you're just going to make your problem worse. Also, here's the really big kicker. You don't need to do that. Liquid cooling's still good. It's just no longer a replacement for a build. So if you're in a position where the adjustment to liquid cooling made it not perform well for you, that is the game telling you that your build is not good enough.
Thank you. My
Still a very good weapon.
little function
Just no longer a build replacement.
of felling blow.
Reanalyze build if it's crushing real hard on one item. Exactly. Exactly that. If you have not specifically built around an item and it is still central to your build is not good. So like this build is structured around the sawmill specifically, and that's why it functions well. But a gun that I could just slap on this setup without investment perform at this level would be the gun rather than the build, because the build isn't designed for that. If that makes sense. Things like liquid cooling and Buffmeister, or liquid cooling pre-change I should say, and Buffmeister, still to this day, are the things people use to replace having a build. And the longer that situation goes, the more resistant those people will be to change. We've seen examples of this in the past. The B shield in Borderlands 2, for example, was allowed to fester for a long time. To the point where people widely believe that it's the only damage shield in the game. It's not. Far from it.
Cool your head. Suffer my bomb.
So, in the name of experimentation and build diversity, things do get toned down from time to time. Now, not all of that stuff is well targeted, but it's at least well intentioned. A single decent chaotic for my current class, at least. Yeah. I've put probably a few 100,000 crystals at this point into the Sniper Bunny, and I've gotten some good stuff, but some specific things I've been after have not shown up for me. For example, fire sawmills. I have gotten 1 fire sawmill in 2 weeks. 1. And that's just a gun, which those are much easier to come across in every case than a specific armor. Use a Rough Rider way more in BL2 than the B? Yeah, it's because it was a better item. Good taste. Hoplite was good. Could be useful. Love Thumper. Hide of Terror, of course. Antagonist. Lots of options. So you're paying what you look at on this character. 12,000. But many of my rolls were on a max loot luck character, or at least max dice plus shrine character. Put it that way. I don't wear loot luck gear. My other Clawbringer is all dice plus shrine. Or not my other Clawbringer, but my other Spore Warden. I have 3 different Spore Warden builds now that I think about it. 2 Clawbringers. One of them's work in progress still. We'll do blue. One thing I really like that they've done with these featured runs is, 2 weeks in a row, there's been both Maker access and a money room with, you know, mimics. That's been really good for my STU progression, so I've been very grateful for that. Ever wonder if they put that wagon there just for that purpose? Maybe. Maybe. Hit me once. Thank you.
To battle and
Okay, that was more than once. That wasn't part of the deal. Once.
this world is not for you.
Actually, you're bad at counting. I need you to stop hitting me while I'm talking shit so I can look good in front of chat.
Keep them
That's our
coming.
arrangement.
Every single one of you is
Later, Dex. You have a good one. I appreciate you, buddy.
You're a helpless brown dog. You get X.
Every creator I see someone glued from that map use that wagon. It just makes it easier. There's some maps where the terrain is so awkward for opening up Luke fight. But, things like that wagon make it a lot simpler. I was like, how am I getting ammo back? Yeah, I have the spell shot kill skill. Warcaster. Sometimes when I kill an ad, it just happens. Or when I cast a spell. But I also have ammo regen from this last gasp, which is 10% per second. And I have currently 3% per second on top of that from Quiver of Holding. So 13% of my mag size. I have a bunch of mag size boosts. I can sustain for a while.
Oh, I get it. You can't wait to die. How will I now?
Well, hello, little sprout.
Oh, gonna get crook. Ah, so squishy and gross.
There's a chill in the air. Is it safe?
There you go, Blue.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really embarrassing.
It's fine, actually.
Time for a spell. Sage bite on mushroom. I'll never live this down. I can't.
Oops, maybe not fine. Too much self-damage. Mushroom.
Serves you right. So cold.
Ouch. Not again.
Tastes like
Ammo regen while down. It's fine. Opium. Actually using a 2 ammo per shot Hyperion shotgun. Thank you, Universal Soldier. Nice. Don't dot me. You dotted me. I asked one thing.
The forces of darkness encroach.
Is using a ShamWai low-level torque sticky weapon considered scummy for getting ammo back or not? I don't really have anything against it, personally. It's just the same use of absorb mechanics that we've been seeing in Borderlands 3. I did not play this well at all. Awkward. Leave my main save on accident. How do you manage that one? Did one phase glue that means sawmill bad, right? Absolutely, Gwen. That is exactly what it means. You got it. You cracked the case. I really need to get some healing on this setup. I've abandoned everything for mag size. So that fire attack is interesting. It doesn't tick as fast as you'd think. Like, it's very forgiving. You could probably bunny hop that pretty effectively, honestly. Bunny hop. I see what you did there. I respect it. Want to delete a character, make sure I was hovering over grave, double check, press X, press yes, and look when Stabo's gone. That's how I at least recall the events. Unfortunate. Still upsetting? Understandably, yeah. I'm sorry you went through that.
Get out of my face!
It helps to name your characters distinct things, because it does pop up a confirmation in the middle of your screen with the character name. You sure you want to delete this one? Helps to keep an eye on that. But either way, that's unfortunate. Understandable to be upset about that one. Times 3. One more times 2s. I haven't got a volatile times 2 in a while. Or ever, maybe. Yeah, I think my only volatile is a times 3 dark magic. We get a Kaokon. Amazing. Nice hat. Thanks, Reparation. Always take great bows. Name my new character, I deleted my style manager on accident. Did you really? Because what a flex. Also, Rogue Imp can roll times 2, huh? I never thought about that. Probably pretty good DPS. Any good purple snipers? The black powder ones are quite good. The 1 mag size crossbow barrel ones. Also the if you get multi-projectile Stoker Sawblade ones. Trying to see if there's any in this pile. Ones like this. These can be up to times 4. Those are quite good. They're like baby sawmills. And Sawmill's a monster. This is the black powder kind I was talking about. Obviously you don't want melee crossbolts if you care about the gun's damage, but ones that look like this. Unfortunate luck. Yeah, we did get an okay sawmill. That was something. That run was okay. So, we got the bark one-shot earlier. The maker one-shot still needs some science, and I'm starting to feel bad. I'm just having a rough health time lately, chat, which is why your support means a lot to me. I appreciate all that. So I'm probably going to end stream early. I had an appointment yesterday, that's why I ended early. Today, I just don't feel very well. So I'm going to find something for us to go. Great Wake plus Salmon plus message. How to make the fish build work. I believe in you, Gwen. You can do it. Purple Hyperius one was hitting for like 1 mil. Has to be a bug, or, right? Or lucky interaction. Only had 800 base damage. There's going to be some kind of weird interaction happening there then. Yeah. But let's find somewhere for us to go. Yeah, sorry for the low energy stream today. I'm just, ugh. Let's see, Vander's on. Haven't rated him in a while. Alec is on as well. Birdman is on. Go say hi to Alec. Let's go raid Alec. Okay, join the raid. Let's go say hi to Alec the Cleric, who is, if you've not interacted with him, just a lovely individual, super nice guy. Seriously, just a good human being. You might be familiar with some of his editing work. He's K6's editor, and he's done work for other people as well. But he's a content creator in his own right. Does lots of cool stuff. Very talented. Oh no, Vander! Oh no, this is what that's like. Oh no. Vander, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate. We're just about to end. I'm not feeling so great today. We're gonna head over to say hi to Alec, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, do I keep going? Oh. Compounding raids. I like the energy, Mississippi Cajun. Well, welcome in everyone who might not know me. I'm Quag. I'll hope to catch you next time. Yeah, Torg, we did get a raid. I hope to catch you next time. Thank you, Vander, for thinking of me. I appreciate it. I'm just having an off day today. I gotta go lay down. But I'll catch you all next time. Say hi to Alec. Let's do this raid message. Okay, copy that. Let's do that. Oh no, not again. All right, hang on. Unkindled Phoenix, thank you for the raid as well. Fuck.
This world is a wonder.
Alright, you know what? Fuck it. One more run. I won't die, probably. Let's do one more run. I won't leave yet. Welcome in Unkindled Phoenix. 2 raids while we were raiding. Let's play my Clawbringer a little bit. Is this a sign for I'll go sleep? I know, I should. I'm dead. But, you know what? Fine. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. One more run. Just one run. What could it hurt? Other than my health. No, but seriously, I appreciate the love. We'll tough out one more run. Maybe we can use the opportunity to dispel some of the Clawbringer slander. Raid cancelled. Yeah, we raid after. Yeah, we always raid. We always raid. We'll raid Alec after if he's still going. In like 15 minutes. I'll do a bit of a quick run. So, we're going to be using a couple things you might be familiar with here. The Clawbringer class, which gets downplayed a lot by people. The Liquid Cooling Pistol, which gets downplayed a lot by people. And, just general good vibes and whatnot. So, contrary to popular belief, rumors of the Liquid Cooling's demise have been greatly overstated. The gun's weaker, but it's still a DPS monster, as you can see here. This build is a Clawbringer Spore Warden. We take Deep Spore Warden Tree for interactions like the Capstone to be more efficient with our ammo. We like to use a lot of ammo hogs on this build. such as the liquid cooling, such as this, one of my favorite guns in the entire game, the Sawmill, which is an absolute monster of a sniper.
Well,
If you want something dead immediately, Sawmill. Sawmill is damage. Chugs your ammo, but it's damage.
let's see how you handle it.
We'll do yellow raid boss too. This one more runs a slippery slope. That it is. Only one raid boss. How you doing, Dante? Automatic sniper. Yeah, there's lots of wacky weapons in these Lands games. But more traditional snipers are also good in this game as well. It was a common criticism of sniper rifles in Borderlands 3, for example, that the strongest among them were just kind of the wacky ones that didn't feel like sniper rifles at all, right? You had stuff like the Complex Root when people wanted stuff more like the Monocle. But a good example of a traditional style sniper rifle that really does work in this game is the Carouser. It's this thing right here. Black powder sniper, one shot in the mag, fire. This thing does really good damage. And also has a fun effect where enemies you shoot with it get kind of confused and forget to attack you. Carouser and Envy slap. Yeah, Envy's, I need to use it more, but the Carouser's really, really good. One thing I love about Spore Warden is that Windrunner kill skill. It's just pure aggression. It's fire rate and movement speed on kill, and it stacks. Everything about it is like, hey, go rush somebody right now. I'm like, yeah, I think I'll do that. That sounds like a good time. Other wacky and interesting weapons you can use on this build. I like the Crossblade a lot. We'll use Crossblade a little bit. We got a good one here. Volatile, Lightning, Fire. Lightning and Fire are what you want to use most on a Clawbringer because it triggers your Awe skill. Works out well. Hey Boom, how you doing? I went Wildfire heavy on companion bonuses on both sides. Yeah, that's probably pretty effective. Personally, for me, I like taking the active role in my gameplay. But, that said, the Wyvern Companion in particular really slaps really hard. Like, the Wyvern is strong. And if you supplement the Clawbringer stuff that boosts the Wyvern with the Spore Warden stuff that boosts Companions in general, you can definitely put out some pretty good damage with it.
Hope you're carrying coins. Don't kill for free.
Okay, fine. Don't get hit, Skull. That's fine. Hi, Cat. What are you doing? What's up? Nothing to report? Okay. You're just meowing at me for no reason.
I rescued him, but really, I feel he rescued me.
Ice Spike is that good? Yeah, Impaling Ice Spikes hit real hard. Triple Ice Spikes are better in terms of damage, but I like the Impaling ones because they're instant. So, like, if I just look at a target and I want damage right now, that's what it's for. I also like it because it's got a high charge count and a short cooldown. 14 seconds, 4 charges for my current one. So, I always have a spell available. Rain of Arrows, good gun.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
That holds your damage, that focus. So snuffed right now. So what I did was this crossblade is not only is it a good damage roll, it's got extra gun crit chance as all black powder magic barrels do, and it's lightning and fire. The good thing about lightning and fire is that you need to deal those to trigger awe. Now I have 2 points in awe from my armor right now, so we're leaning into stuff from crits. Now awe is giving us that additional 22% crit chance, which it got changed to where it's not as good as it used to be, but it's still good. So that, with my gun crit chance, I'm critting a decent chunk of the time. Aw's crit damage is not additive with this strength, it is multiplicative with this strength crit damage bonus, which leads to a lot of extra crit damage on Clawbringer spec into this skill. And then we've got Wrath of Nature, so enemies we've hit with ability damage, of which we have sources here, here, and here. All of that's ability damage, so that leads into that. If we hit a natural crit spot, we get more damage here, and we've got a lot of fire rate from Windrunner. And then, of course, regular gun damage over here, Oath of Fire. So basically, what we do to get our momentum rolling is we spellcast, throw hammer, kill one enemy, and after we've killed one, hopefully you don't same frame them like that, we have our kill skills. So that's a lot of fire rate, for example. And that lets us spam quite a bit. I also run a Twin Soul with Echo and Amp so that I can bonk an enemy to deliver some free damage and also get my next 3 shots to be a lot stronger. So often you'll see me just like shoot 3 times and then bonk, and shoot 3 times and bonk. Which combos points in Wrath of Nature and Awe. I'm not getting both from an armor. Boom. I'm spec'd into Wrath of Nature in my skill tree, and Butt Stallion gave me some. And this is my armor. Just a claw stabbo. I'm not a stabbo at all. I'm just taking this for Awe and good stats. I spike Cobra, literally. True. Crossbow generator rolls a masher, which is interesting with the high bolt damage boost roll. The thing is, those crossbolts, they cap at a fairly low point, which means that other multi-projectile crossbolt weapons just kind of surpass it. For example, the quad bow is the same projectile count, minus the ricochets, but also just has much higher damage and elemental options. Crossbow generator is kind of a confusing one. I have a volatile ×4 one that I need to mess around with Sporeward and Capstone, because if you get a black powder ricochet to trigger your play the angles, that resulting extra ricochet kind of just deletes the world. And the crazy thing about play the angles is that can then trigger play the angles again. It can only re-trigger once, but if you say get black powder ricochet into play the angles again, that last enemy is having their day ruined. If you want to see an example of what that looks like, actually. Tis, if this would load. This clip is without a black powder ricochet. That is a double play the angles trigger from the lightning orb on the Drill's Fury sniper rifle. So that is only 2 of that 3-step process, and you see the chunk of Banshee's health that kinda It's funny because I was talking about that exact subject and then it just happened. Streamer luck, I guess.
Just what I
Oh. Mushroom, I need you.
Guess you ain't as bad as you smell.
Okay, for this one, we'll... Oh yeah, I was gonna try out that sawmill. Where is my Drill's Fury? There it is. Another trick I like to do with this gun is spawn the orb, throw a hammer, and then use that to get an extra orb for Universal Soul there. Got 2 out at once.
No magic left. No, that's the good stuff.
Awkward. That's fine. I didn't get to style on Banshee much there, but it was okay. You don't have to be hugging the enemy to hit with all bolts like Quadbo does. I want to like Quad, just prefer the Masher Generator. The Play the Angles clip's insane though. Yeah, if you like that Play the Angles clip, then your chosen weapon there, Gwyn, the Crossbow Generator would be likely better at what I described than a Quadbo would be. Indiscriminate with more formula access. Yeah, basically what it is. Indiscriminate that can re-trigger itself, boom. Albeit at a low chance, but... The theory of how high Play the Angles can go is kind of nuts, because you can, in theory, you can have a Black Powder Ricochet that triggers Play the Angles, that triggers Play the Angles again, that triggers Spore Fuse. So, quadruple dipping? Yeah. You can quad dip. Hey Felicia, how you doing?
There's a chill in the air.
You know what they say? Where's the world at? What?
Forgot to recall my hammer.
Let's get casting.
There's the fire rate.
Got no juice.
Sawmill is the star of the show here. Gun down me, Sandstorm.
Who wants to make that mistake again? That's for making me look at you.
Live your best life, bunny. What about weapons of a natural ricochet, like Fragment Rain or Thunder Anima? Depends on the projectile. Fragment Rain, I believe, does play the angles. So, same thing as Black Powder Ricochets there, homie Data. Just an extra step.
Here's some shiny stuff. Go strap it up your butt.
Time skip is trying, but it's not chaotic, so I'll just... Alright, let's go for more Great Bow Sawmills and stuff. Other stuff we did today. We did get the Barkenstein one-shot. So we did successfully one-shot Barkenstein today. Feel good about that. We did not get the Maker one-shot, but more science for that. I'm not worried about it. I have a better MP somewhere. Cool. Okay. Now, I just want to do one more run since we got double rated. Actually ending this time. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Raid message will be... Copy that. Quag Hype, Bark one-shot Quag Hype. Because sniper rifles are bad, apparently, but you can one-shot raid bosses with them, so they're really bad. Now for some rest for real. Yes, I appreciate you guys. Thank you again. Let's see. Is Alex still alive? We're gonna raid Alec. Well, let's see how he's doing. No, is he not? Oh, he is. Okay, there he is. No scope sleep. Okay, let's raid Alec. I'm gonna go pass out after I very briefly say hi, because I am just not feeling good today. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Tomorrow's the 21st. Big things. Big things. I'll be live usual time doing the thing, and I hope to see you guys around. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for the raids last minute. I appreciate it. Sorry to run so soon after a raid, but yeah, I got stuff to take care of. Anyway, thank you so much. Catch you next time. Bye-bye.
Dave.